Okay, just waiting for the live stream. Live stream appears to be in gallery mode. Sergeant, would your recordings, please?
Computer recording started.
Cloud recording is up. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing of the Committee on Environmental Protection, jointly with Housing and Buildings. At this time, would all panelists please turn on your videos? To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices to vibrate or silent. If you wish to submit testimony, you may send it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that's testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Okay. I need to be unmuted. Okay, am I unmuted now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. Everybody ready to go? Chair Sanchez. Okay, good. Good morning. I am Jim Gennaro, Chair. I'm supposed to gavel. Good morning. I'm Jim Gennaro, Chair of the Committee on Environmental Protection, and today I am honored to co-chair this hearing with my esteemed colleague, Councilmember Farina Sanchez, Chair of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. For the record, this is an oversight hearing on the implementation of Local Law 97 of 2019, the city's landmark greenhouse gas reduction law. On June 7th, 2021, just last year, the Mauna Loa Observatory in Hawaii, which has compiled atmospheric CO2 data since the 1950s, recorded 419.33 parts per million, that's ppm, of CO2 in the atmosphere, the highest CO2 reading since record keeping began. On April 8th, 2022, just a few days ago, CO2 emissions were recorded by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration at 420.22 ppm of CO2. It has been estimated by NASA that these are the highest CO2 levels the planet has seen in the past 800,000 years. There was a study published in 2017 in the climate-focused journal, the Anthropocene Review, which estimates that human-linked factors during the past 6 decades are causing the climate to change 170 times faster than they would without human intervention. The effects of climate change disproportionately burden low-income communities, also burden communities of color, children, senior citizens. Low-income communities often lack the financial and community resources to respond to these climate-induced disasters, and such disasters are disproportionately likely to impact neighborhoods with environmental justice concerns. According to the International Panel on Climate Change, keeping worldwide warming of the planet below 1.5 degrees Celsius, an important benchmark to avoid, lest the planet suffer dire climate consequences, will require reaching net zero global carbon emissions by 2050. Certainly a daunting task. Local Law 66, the 2014, requires the city to reduce citywide greenhouse gas emissions to 80% lower than its 2005 level by 2050. That's, of course, the 80 by 50, which is done in 2014. This requirement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions falls largely on New York City's 1 million plus buildings, which are by far the largest source of local greenhouse gas emissions, approximately 70%. It is estimated that more than 90% of New York City's current buildings will still be standing in 2050. Increasing energy efficiency of both existing buildings and new construction is imperative to meet the city's emissions reduction mandates. Buildings 25,000 square feet or greater accounts for the largest proportion of building emissions in the city and 35% citywide emissions overall across all sectors. 2019, the City Council passed Local Law 97, which sets emission limits for buildings of 25,000 square feet or larger in order to achieve a 40% carbon equivalent reduction by 2030 and to meet an important milestone to meet the overall reduction goal of 80 by 50. There are about 50,000 buildings covered by this law, but together they comprise nearly 60% of New York City's building area. This law sets emissions intensity limits for 10 categories of buildings, which with intensity calculated in metric tons of emissions per square foot. The emissions intensity limit for a specific building is calculated by the relevant building category multiplied by the gross floor area of the specific building. A lot of tech talk. When Local Law 97's emission goals are met, and they will be met, it will represent a reduction of approximately 17 million metric tons of CO2 per year from a 2005 baseline by 2030. That is the equivalent of removing 3.6 million cars from the road per year. Data analysis suggests that retrofitting all 50,000 buildings covered by the local law by 2030 would generate nearly $25 billion of economic activity and potentially reduce energy consumption costs of retrofitted buildings by up to 30%. Proper implementation of this local law will not only put New York City well on track to meet its climate commitments, but also significantly reduce local emissions to the benefit of public health and the environment. Some folks don't realize that when you reduce greenhouse gas emissions, you are also reducing all of the other harmful pollutants that are covered by the Federal Clean Air Act, which we're technically not allowed to regulate. But when we reduce CO2, we're also reducing these other harmful pollutants. That means we're kind of regulating them through the back door. But this is to say that we're not only doing this for the planet, but we also generate, large local clean air benefits by reducing greenhouse gases. So it's global and a local positive impact. Back to the script. Of course, implementing Local Law 97 will generate the green jobs and grow our city's economy. I'm happy to report that the council has partnered with DEP Commissioner Agarwal and the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice to create a working group to partner with Climate Jobs New York and other organizations who seek to advance the climate jobs agenda. The council is grateful for this partnership with the Adams administration in creating good green jobs in communities where they are most needed. We welcome more partners in this endeavor, and I encourage any party that is interested to contact my office to engage in this process. I would like to thank the terrific staff of the committee who have done such great work over the years. Council Committee Mara Swanson, Policy Analyst Ricky Chawla, and Financial Analyst Jonathan Seltzer, and of course my staff, my Legislative Director Nabi Kaur and Matt Malloy, who worked very hard on this hearing. One important housekeeping note I will mention is that in order to get all the organizations who wish to testify on the record without waiting an inordinate amount of time, each organization will be allowed one witness until all the organizations that are here today have been heard. Once all the organizations have been heard, organizations that have more than one witness will have an opportunity to have its second witness or more witnesses if they so desire to be heard. This is to say that no organization will be heard twice before all organizations have been heard at least once. I think that is fair, and that is how we shall proceed. Let me go to my phone. I hear it going off because I have to recognize members. I told them to send me the members that are here. So we are very, very grateful to be joined by Council Members Moya, Councilmember Hanks, Councilmember Kagan, Councilmember Menon, Councilmember Nurse, They're all members of the Committee on Environmental Protection. Oh, we also have Councilmember Holden, also a member of the Committee on Environmental Protection. We have other members of the council, and particularly members of the Housing and Buildings Committee here. Other members that have been sent to me that are here. Councilmember Aviles, Brewer, Caban, Carr, De La Rosa, Hudson, Councilman Wrestler, a member of the Committee on Environmental Protection. He is joined, and we have Councilman Barron as well. That is the full list as I have it. I would urge staff when they see other members join the hearing to let me know so I could give them proper recognition. And with that, it is really my honor to call upon my esteemed co-chair to make her, to make her opening statement. So I happily recognize Councilmember Sanchez for her opening statement. Chair Sanchez, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Gennaro, and good morning, everyone. I am Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, Chair of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. Thank you to my co-chair, Councilmember Gennaro, for holding this joint hearing today. Today, the committees are conducting oversight on one of the most consequential pieces of legislation enacted by the City Council in recent memory, Local Law 97 of 2019. We are facing a climate crisis, and we must entirely transform our economy, our society, and our entire way of being in order to try to stop it. The effects of carbon dioxide on atmospheric temperatures are well known. We know that it is imperative that reducing carbon dioxide will have a dramatic impact on the climate of the entire planet. We also know that the effects of climate change are felt inequitably by some of our city's most vulnerable communities, low-income communities, communities of color, children, and seniors. It is therefore a matter of urgency that we work expediently and aggressively to meet the city's climate goals. In New York City, we have poor air quality caused by the many highways crisscrossing our communities, dirty fuel burning in our buildings, toxic pollutants flowing in our rivers and the peaker plants, wastewater treatment plants, and waste facilities occupying our waterfronts. In partnerships and through the implementation of Local Law 97, we will be tackling the biggest source of New York City emissions. New York City buildings account for over 70% of our greenhouse gases, with 50,000 buildings over 25,000 square feet accounting for 30% of those emissions, 59% of which are residential and 41% of which are commercial. Local Law 97 is an ambitious effort by the City Council to bring the city's buildings emissions down, setting limits on large buildings in order to achieve a 40% carbon equivalent reduction by 2030, and to meet the reduction goal of 80 by 50 previously set. If met, our 2030 targets would represent a reduction of approximately 17 million metric tons of carbon dioxide per year from a 2005 baseline by the year 2030, equivalent to removing 3.6 million cars from the environment each year. Fortunately, in the Bronx, where I represent, and in frontline communities all across New York City, we have a long history of environmental justice activism, spurred out of necessity after generations of environmental racism and disinvestment in our communities. I want to take a moment to thank environmental justice leaders and environmental advocates for their work in pushing for Local Law 97, their participation on the current advisory group, and their ongoing work to keep the city on task and the public informed on Local Law 97 implementation. And now, nearly 3 years after its enactment and after over 2 years of COVID-19, the time is right for the City Council to take a closer look at Local Law 97 and its implementation so far. Local Law 97 represents the most aggressive municipal law in the country to reduce emissions targets. As chair of the Housing and Buildings Committee, I'm particularly interested to hear from the Department of Buildings on updates on the implementation of Local Law 97 and whether the city is on track to meet its goals, both in rulemaking and our own municipal goals of reduction by 2024 and 2025. I'm interested to hear updates on residential versus commercial buildings, including NYCHA properties. Nationwide, as we continue to fight for a more aggressive green planet, Green New Deal, that closes all peaker plants and more rapidly moves us off fossil fuels, Local Law 97 is going to be a critical piece of legislation to enact and to move forward and implement in a timely fashion. Thank you, and I look forward to a robust and substantive discussion today.
Thank you very much, Chair Sanchez, for your comprehensive opening statement and all the work you've done to get ready for this hearing. I certainly appreciate your partnership. I think the next item on my list is to turn it over to the moderator, council to the committee to go over some procedural items. Is that right, Madam Moderator?
Yes. Yes, you are correct. Okay. I'm Samara Swanston, counsel to the Environmental Protection Committee of the New York City Council. Welcome to this hearing of the Environmental Protection Committee. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are called on to testify, when you will be unmuted by the host. I will be calling on panelists to testify. Please be aware that there could be a delay in muting and unmuting you, so listen for your name to be called. I will be periodically announcing who the next panelist will be. We will begin with testimony from the administration, which will be followed. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask a question, please use the Zoom raise hand function and I will call on you in order. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, including responses. I will call on you when it's your turn to speak. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask a question, please use the Zoom raise hand function and I'll call on you in the order that you receive, in the order that you raised your hand. Now I will deliver the oath to the administration and I will call on each of you individually to record your answers to be followed by your testimony. Would you please raise your right hands? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to the council member questions? Rick?
Yes.
I do.
Gus Sirakas?
I do.
Gina Bokra?
I do.
Anthony Fiore?
Good morning, Samara. I do.
Thank you. Good morning. And Vlada Kenneth?
Good morning. I do.
Vlada Kenneth?
Can you hear me? Good morning. I do.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. You may begin when ready.
If I could, Rick, before you start, I've been notified by staff that we've been joined by Councilman Gutierrez. Very happy to have the council member with us. And while I'm talking, let me take this opportunity to welcome you back, Rick. We worked many years ago. We're back together. I really appreciate you and your team that is here today, and the steadfast commitment of this administration to fully implement Local Law 97. So with that, it will be an honor to hear your good testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. My name is Rit Agarwal. I'm the Chief Climate Officer for New York City and the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Protection. I'd like to thank Chair Sanchez and Chair Gennaro and the members of the Housing and Buildings and Environmental Protection Committees for the opportunity to testify today. I am excited to work with all of you as we implement this critical climate legislation. I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues, Gus Sirakas, Acting Commissioner of the Department of Buildings, Anthony Fiore, the city's Chief Decarbonization Officer and Deputy Commissioner at the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, Gina Bokra, Chief Sustainability Officer at the Department of Buildings, and Vlada Kenef, Vice President for Energy and Sustainability at the New York City Housing Authority, who will join me in answering your questions today. Local Law 97, which is part of the historic Climate Mobilization Act passed by the City Council in 2019, requires the city's largest buildings to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions starting in 2024. It also requires that the city reduce annual emissions from city government operations 40% by 2025 and 50% by 2030. During my testimony today, I'll provide updates on the implementation of this law, both for private buildings and the public sector. Before I do that, however, I'd like to make a number of points for context, as this is the first hearing on decarbonization for this council and this administration. The Adams administration is fully committed to achieving the important greenhouse gas emissions limits established in the law for 2024, for 2025, for 2030, and for 2050. There should be no question about our commitment to these limits, which will shape much of our work on decarbonization. Buildings are, as both chairs have noted, a large portion of this effort, as they are the majority of our greenhouse gas emissions. But of course, our decarbonization work extends beyond buildings to include an expansion of renewable power, mobility initiatives such as congestion pricing, pedestrian and bike safety, and vehicle electrification, and waste efforts, such as developing a smarter approach to organics and the beneficial reuse of solids from our sewage. And of course, our overall climate strategy includes resilience and environmental justice as co-equal priorities. The Adams administration is committed to implementing Local Law 97 in the right way. For us, this means several things. We will ensure that we implement this and all laws with a view towards crafting a just transition and addressing the legacy of environmental injustice that is a reality for so many New Yorkers. We will implement this law in a way that creates good-paying local jobs to the greatest extent possible. We will work to ensure that we implement the law in a way that is consistent with the city's dire need to recover economically from the effects of the pandemic. And we should note that a growing, prosperous New York City is good for the planet because New York is the most carbon efficient community in the United States. And finally, we will work to implement this law in a way that focuses on compliance and not on penalties. I'd like to say more about this last point. A great deal of the recent discussion about Local Law 97 has emphasized the penalties laid out in the law. The ability in the law for the city to fine buildings that do not meet their limits is a critical tool, one that gives this law teeth. We will not hesitate to levy penalties on buildings that do not comply or simply seek to avoid or negate the law. But the law's title is not the Climate Penalties Act. It is the Climate Mobilization Act. Mobilization implies a broad-based effort that requires multiple parties to play an active role. We don't use the word mobilization when we speak of a simple rulemaking. We don't use the word when we believe the task at hand is easy. We use it to describe a situation in which there is a lot to do and where there will be a lot of sticking points. And we usually use it to describe a situation in which the government must play an active role, not just one of standard setting. We know this is true because by definition, anytime a fine is warranted under this law, it means there has been more carbon emitted into the atmosphere. It means that we have not mobilized the action we need to save the planet. Every fine, therefore, represents an abject failure of this law's intentions. The good news is that the work we need to do, especially for 2024, is manageable. The law was designed so that 80% of covered buildings would not have to do anything at all. That was what the law intended. So the set of covered buildings that have work to do is a few thousand buildings. Of these, we estimate that about half need reduce their emissions by 15% or less in order to come into compliance. So as we implement Local Law 97, this administration will focus on mobilization. We need to understand the challenges buildings face in undertaking the work that needs to be done, and we need to do everything we can to help them. This is true for all building types. It's obvious that low-income housing needs help, but it's not just low-income housing. Local Law 97 will require middle-income co-ops across the city to do retrofits. There will be houses of worship affected by this law. There will be retailers and community organizations and small businesses affected by this law. In many cases, the work needed will be quite small and highly manageable. In others, the work may be significant. Traditionally, we focus on financing as the key challenge facing buildings that need to retrofit. But it's also likely that we will find buildings that struggle to comply because their co-op board lacks a quorum, or their building manager is incapable, or they can't find a contractor in time. And while the penalties outlined in the law play a key role in giving the law teeth, they are not sufficient to create the mobilization that we need. So that is what we will focus on. I'm not going to tell you today, at 103 days into this administration, that we have all of it figured out, but I'll share with you the areas that we are beginning to prioritize. The first is clarity for 2024. The first step we must take is to promulgate the rules implementing Local Law 97 as necessary to enable buildings affected by the first compliance period, which starts in only 20 months, to do the work they need to do. Although additional rulemaking will be necessary to implement other aspects of Local Law 97, including requirements for compliance in years 2030 and beyond, our immediate focus is going to be getting rules in place to ensure that affected buildings are able to comply in 2024. We are also committed to the robust public engagement required by the rulemaking process. The second is alternative compliance paths. We know that there are emerging ideas under discussion about how the city could create an alternative mechanism to traditional civil penalties that would also help retrofits in affordable housing. We are enthusiastic about this concept, though we have not yet figured out whether, and if so, how, we would achieve this under current law. We will continue to work on this. And I will point out that we are not pursuing a cap and trade system at this time. A third is additional funding opportunities. We are proud of the work that we have done with the council as a partner to stand up PACE and the NYC Accelerator. I'll share an update on those in a moment, but we see those as a partial solution to what is necessary. In the coming months, we will be exploring additional sources of funding, financing, and technical assistance, looking to the private sector, philanthropy, and our partners at the state. A fourth is enforcement flexibility. We note that Local Law 97 explicitly in the law provides that buildings acting in good faith may have their applicable annual building emissions limits adjusted or their penalties for non-compliance reduced. We are continuing to explore how these provisions and other options for enforcement flexibility may be utilized to assist building owners who are working to achieve compliance on the fastest practical timeline. We have no intention of giving anyone a free pass or letting anyone off the hook, but we also see no benefit to the environment in punishing someone who is genuinely doing everything possible. Of course, mobilization also goes beyond the direct assistance we give to buildings. We also, for example, need to ensure that the electricity grid in New York City gets greener quickly. This administration has continued the city's strong and outspoken support for the two renewable transmission projects, Clean Path and Champlain Hudson Express, that form the Tier 4 proceeding currently before the New York State Public Service Commission. We also note that Con Ed recently released a concept for decarbonizing its steam system, which we hope proves viable. In general, we have high hopes for the prospect for district energy systems. Finally, I would like to point out that this is a tremendous opportunity for New York City. Mayor Adams' economic development blueprint explicitly calls out the fact that Local Law 97 has the potential to create thousands of new jobs, well-paying, career-oriented jobs for both blue-collar and white-collar workers. Now let me turn to an update on the work that is ongoing and has been done thus far. I'll start with the law as it relates to privately owned buildings. The Department of Buildings established the Climate Advisory Board in late 2019, as required by law, and which includes appointments made by the Speaker and the Mayor, and which is chaired by DOB's Chief Sustainability Officer, Gina Bokra, who is here with me today. The Advisory Board is tasked with providing the department with advice as it works to implement Local Law 97. Advisory Board members are architects, engineers, property owners, representatives from the business sector and public utilities, environmental justice advocates, and tenant advocates. To further engage stakeholders, the department has also taken the initiative to establish 8 climate working groups to help develop best practices for building owners to comply with Local Law 97. The department has also engaged both state and federal policymakers and experts in working group efforts. To date, the advisory board and working groups have met over 300 times with 100 diverse stakeholders and continue to meet weekly to provide guidance on the implementation of the law. We thank the advisory board and working group members for their important contributions. The advisory board recommendations are still being developed. Their work has been invaluable, and we look forward to reviewing their formal recommendations. DOB has already started work on some of the rules that must be in place before 2023 for the private sector. This includes rules that allow the owners of covered buildings that are significantly over their emissions limits and the owners of not-for-profit hospitals and healthcare facilities to apply to the department for an adjustment to their applicable emissions limits. Additional rules will be promulgated this year to continue to provide owners with guidance as they prepare to comply with Local Law 97. With the City Council's partnership, the department also took Local Law 97 into consideration in the latest updates to the New York City construction codes, which include provisions that would allow for greater wall insulation encroachments into the public right-of-way to support Local Law 97 retrofits. The department is also educating building owners of their obligations under Local Law 97 and will continue to work to educate owners leading up to 2024. To date, the department has created a dedicated website to provide information to building owners and the public about requirements, and established a dedicated email address to field inquiries from building owners. The department is also informing new building applicants of their obligations under this law when they submit plans to the department so that they can start planning to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the very beginning of their construction projects. Additionally, the department continues to participate in public presentations to educate a broad range of stakeholders about requirements. This work will ramp up over the coming year and will continue through 2024 and beyond. As I mentioned, we are eagerly working on ways to expand the variety of support that is available to building managers and owners who need to undertake work to comply with the law. Our first effort on this front is the New York City Accelerator, operated through the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice, which provides technical assistance for building decarbonization, including advice on buildings' responsibilities under the local law. In addition, the Accelerator operates an internship and workforce development program, a service provider program, and training programs for building operators, architects, and engineers. As of April 12th, the program has assisted 2,580 buildings. Alongside the passage of Local Law 97, the council authorized property assessed clean energy, PACE financing, to help pay for energy efficiency or renewable energy projects in commercial, multifamily, industrial, and institutional buildings. Unlike conventional financing, PACE is repaid in installments through a charge on the subject's property tax bill. This feature provides for innovative long-term financing. PACE isn't the right solution for every building, though. The minimum loan amount for PACE is typically $500,000, so buildings with relatively minor needs may not be suitable for PACE. To date, 2 existing buildings have successfully accessed PACE financing for renovations, one loan for $28 million and another for $89 million. We expect that in the coming months, as the city continues to accept applications for loans to retrofit existing buildings, the city will be able to begin accepting applications for loans for new buildings as well. We are particularly eager to ensure that support from the Accelerator and other resources are directed at rent-regulated buildings. As you know, buildings in which more than 35% of units are rent-regulated can comply with Local Law 97 by implementing prescriptive energy conservation measures by December 31st, 2024. The city has published an FAQ to help buildings understand their compliance requirements. Local Law 97 requires the New York City Housing Authority to make efforts to reduce its emissions portfolio-wide 40% by 2030 and 80% by 2050. In 2020, NYCHA released a climate mitigation roadmap and committed to meeting the requirements of Local Law 97. While developing the roadmap, NYCHA determined that following a business-as-usual approach of installing the most efficient fossil fuel units available, such as hydronic boiler conversions and partial electrification, could achieve the Local Law 97 intermediate 2030 reductions. To date, NYCHA's capital budget for 2022 through 26 includes $1.4 billion in federal, state, and city money for heating system improvements. NYCHA has plans to replace or upgrade heating systems at 82 developments, 26 of which will decouple domestic hot water from central steam, averaging a 10% greenhouse gas emission reduction, and 13 developments are planned to electrify space heating, cooling, and domestic hot water. NYCHA has also launched a design challenge to the HVAC manufacturing community to develop a cost-effective heat pump that would compete with the cost of boiler replacements. Local Law 97 also enacted a set of limits for city operations, requiring a 40% reduction over 2005 by 2025 and 50% by 2030. As Mayor Adams has repeatedly stressed, this administration is committed to leading by example, and meeting these limits is a top priority. We are optimistic that we can and will achieve the 2025 target, although I will point out it will be a close run thing, as 2025 is right around the corner. I'd also like to point out something that is often overlooked. The greenhouse gas emissions of city operations are already 27% below their 2005 baseline. So city government currently is outpacing the decarbonization of the city as a whole. The city's decarbonization efforts are led by DCAS and particularly by Anthony Fiore, who is with me here today. DCAS is working both to decarbonize the city's energy supply and to coordinate and support the efforts of multiple agencies to identify and implement energy efficiency and clean energy generation projects. These efforts are largely outlined in the Implementation Action Plan, which was published in December of 2021, and which lays out 4 primary areas of focus. First, deploying 100 megawatts of solar on city properties by 2025. Second, to procure enough renewable power to meet 100% of the city government's electricity consumption. Third, to invest in interventions to reduce energy consumption by 20% by 2030. And finally, to begin to electrify building heating and hot water systems to reduce criteria pollution emissions, especially in environmental justice communities, and to mitigate the risk of stranded assets. The city's mandated emissions reductions for government operations are very ambitious. A 40% reduction, while something we will all need to get to, is a challenge, but the time constraint of 2025 only heightens the task. We currently face headwinds. The work stoppage and project delays associated with the COVID-19 pandemic have set the city's progress back by about 2 years. Additionally, global supply chain disruptions continue to slow suppliers' abilities to obtain necessary equipment for our projects, setting them back weeks or months. The pandemic and other geopolitical events such as solar tariffs, the demand for liquid natural gas in Europe and Asia, and skilled labor shortages have resulted in higher costs. The city's own efforts, therefore, give us significant insight into what mobilization actually means. The city is poised to become New York State's largest single voluntary purchaser of renewable power if the Tier 4 proceeding is approved by the PSC. DCAS and OMB are developing new contracting mechanisms to deploy energy efficiency interventions like lighting and control upgrades across dozens or hundreds of buildings at a time rather than one by one. OMB and several agencies are collaborating closely on the hiring of agency energy personnel. In a significant achievement that demonstrates our commitment, over the last several months, the Adams administration prioritized an initiative to obtain state legislation for DCAS to be able to use design-build contracting. And we are pleased that this authorization was included in the state budget passed this weekend. These actions are critical to open up additional flexible and streamlined project implementation vehicles for the city to accelerate emissions reductions. The reality is that time is not on our side to meet the 2025 mandate. The reality of what has happened over the last 2 years has, as I said, slowed us down. Now we are highly focused on achieving this goal, but as I said, it will be a close run thing. Over the next 2 years, everything has to go right. Every contract has to move on schedule. Every construction project has to be on time. Each supply chain has to work. So the risk of failure is real. But if we do miss this target, it will not be because this administration has not taken it seriously. And of course, we will be happy to provide updates to you about our progress as we move forward. In conclusion, the Adams administration is committed to achieving the greenhouse gas emissions limits established in Local Law 97. All over the world, the climate fight is precisely now about mobilization. Mobilization is this law's middle name, and it is precisely what we intend to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your comprehensive testimony. Let me just check and see if there are other members who've joined us that need to be recognized. We've been joined by Councilmember Feliz. Happy to have the council member with us. And with regard to my questions, Commissioner, and to all here, I'm going to, there are many members who I suspect want to ask questions. So I'm going to really limit my questions until the members have had an opportunity to pose questions. They have other meetings that they have to get to, and I'm going to be here for the duration. So I'm going to ask just a couple of questions, and then open it to my co-chair, and then we'll take questions from members. I would urge members who have questions to signify by raising their hands, because they're going to do them in the order that you raise your hand. So if you want to get in early, now would be the time to do that. I've got your testimony in front of me, Commissioner. I'm just going to work backwards through it. I made some notes here. The last page of your testimony, you talked about the Adams administration pushing to get to have DCAS to be able to use design build contracting. That is a big deal, and I understand why it is, but perhaps not everyone on this call or on this hearing has an appreciation of what kind of difference that is going to make. If you could make that, if you can probe that a little bit for everyone's edification.
Thank you, and I'll ask Anthony to elaborate on the specifics of it, but I will reiterate what I said, and I appreciate your noting it, Mr. Chairman, because identifying this need and working to unlock the mechanism that's needed to accelerate action really does, to me, demonstrate what mobilization really means. That without the kind of planning that Anthony and his team and the many agencies he's worked with did last year, we would not have appreciated how much we needed this change in the law. That in turn allowed us to make the case internally to make sure that the mayor and others who were leading the discussions in Albany prioritized it. So I think it's a great example of how mobilization has to happen and what happens when it goes right. But Anthony, maybe you could elaborate on the precise implications of having this.
Thank you, Anthony. And before you start, so there was the old paradigm, there's the new paradigm. Just walk us through why that's a big deal. If we just so we understand it, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure, Chair. Thank you. Yeah, so the old paradigm is, you do a lot of upfront work to get to put out a bid for design. You go through design, you get your design fully completed, you get bid documents produced, and then you go out and you bid for a construction implementation contractor before any work begins. So you're talking 18 months to 2 years before any work even begins. And then you have 2 to 3 years worth of work in comprehensive projects. So, it's 5 years or more from concept to implementation. And we cannot keep doing things in that way. The design build authorization provides speed, right? While design is still being completed, work can begin. So you do design, and maybe there's civil work that gets done, the design work gets done first, and you begin that civil work while the design for the structural work begins, and so forth. So in short, it offers more speed, and with time not on our side, that's what we need.
Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. Rit, with regard to city operations and the race to 2025 for the city government sector to meet its greenhouse gas reduction mandates. By my math, there's 13% to go. We're at 27, we have to get to 40. And you laid out a nice roadmap here of how the city wants to do that. On the second bullet point of that roadmap, on the second to last page of your testimony, one of the pillars of city strategy would be to purchase enough renewable power to meet 100% of the city government's power consumption. Would that be dependent on these tier 4 projects going through, or are they, or is it even if they are approved by the time that power came online, and they wouldn't be available? So my question is basically, where is this power going to come from?
Well, actually, let me just turn that over to Anthony, since Anthony is the mastermind behind the strategy here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, so the power is to come from these 2 tier 4 projects. Currently, the first of those projects, which would have enough energy to meet 100% of our consumption, is scheduled to come online before the end of the calendar year 2025. If these projects are not approved, or if they're delayed, the city could also purchase energy from new offshore wind projects that are also, scheduled to come online in the late 2020s before 2030. So that's currently where this power is scheduled to be procured from.
Thank you. Thank you. Red, I have a question regarding PACE financing. Everyone knows that PACE was created in order to help to retrofit the current building stock that needs to be renovated. You make mention here on the 5th page of your testimony regarding the city taking applications for PACE financing for new construction. Is that a pivot in the PACE paradigm? Was that always intended to be that way? I certainly welcome it. If you could elaborate on that.
Well, so I think, Mr. Chairman, you know full well the extent to which PACE started out primarily focused on retrofits. It has subsequently been expanded by legislation to do new buildings. The Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice is currently working on developing the approach to accept applications for new buildings, but those rules have not yet been promulgated. So the way to think about it now is that PACE is open for business on existing buildings. It is not yet open for business for new construction. Of course, what we're concerned about with Local Law 97 is existing buildings. Yeah.
Certainly. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. On the 3rd page of your testimony, there's a second bullet point that talks about, and you talked about it during your testimony, about alternative compliance paths, and you spoke about it somewhat, but if you could speak a little more about the process by which these alternative compliance paths would be crystallized. How would that work?
Well, to be frank, I can't fully share a precise roadmap for how we're going to get there. What this refers to is that there have been a number of ideas discussed among members of the various advisory committee and the working groups, others who are involved in advocacy around the implementation of Local Law 97, whereby instead of paying fines, there could be mechanisms through which building owners who are out of compliance could fund buildings that have affordable housing or are otherwise in need of assistance. Right now, we are still trying to figure out what the legal approach to that might be. I merely want to say that it is an idea that this administration is enthusiastic about. We're going to do what we can to make it possible. But as you might imagine, there's a variety of legal and institutional challenges with crafting a mechanism like that. And of course, at the same time, as I said, we are not looking at it as a market-based mechanism. We are looking at it as a direct kind of approach to channel funding towards affordable housing and its retrofit needs.
Thank you, Commissioner. Like I said, I was going to keep my questions brief. I see a lot of hands going up of members, so I will sit tight for now. And I have the great honor of calling upon my esteemed co-chair, Chair Sanchez, to question the panel. I recognize Chair Sanchez. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. And good to see you, Commissioner Agarwala, and other commissioners present, DOB, DCAS, Chief Resiliency Officer. It's really great to see this representation from the administration. And I'll just start by saying that, thank you for starting off with making that very strong statement that the Adams administration is committed to the implementation of Local Law 97 and sharing the good work that has been happening so far. So my first question, sort of couched in this sort of eyes on the prize, right? Sort of thinking, right? For the Climate Mobilization Act, all of my questions, and I suspect, so many of ours here on the council, are going to be about the central goals of the Climate Mobilization Act. Are we in fact mobilizing? Are we on target? Are we on pace to reducing emissions across the city of New York? And two, are we creating good jobs? Are we what is happening in the economy? Are we prioritizing frontline communities and such? So my first question is an informational one, and then I have several others. But like Councilmember Gennaro, I'm going to keep my questions short in this round, and then come back around, since I'll be here all day with my colleague. So the first question is about the profile of buildings that are subject to Local Law 97. 50,000 buildings, approximately 60% residential, approximately 40% commercial. Can you give us sort of a breakdown further of what we know about these buildings? Where are they geographically in the city of New York? And also, what are the sort of profiles? Like, are we talking about, for the residential buildings, are we talking about low, moderate income buildings? Are we talking, what percentage is NYCHA? Are we talking about moderate income co-ops, et cetera? You can just give us a sense of that to see who we're talking about.
I think, let me see whether Gus or Gina, would you have the specific numbers in front of you? I will just say, the really interesting thing about this law is it runs the gamut, right? And I think that is one of the things that we have to really bear in mind as we develop the implementation plan for this law. And if my colleagues at DOB do not have the precise number, I'm certainly sure we could get it to you. Of course, one of the things going on right now that DOB and MOCEJ are working on is what's called the remapping exercise, which is required by the law. And so that will help us refine and finalize precisely what the targets are for each category of buildings. But I will, just remind us that we're talking about Class A fancy skyscrapers in Midtown that are all commercial. We are talking about middle-class co-ops here in Elmhurst, where I'm speaking to you from DOB. We're talking about affordable housing across the city, much of which is in your district, Chair. The larger buildings in parts of the city like yours. We're talking about what was frankly surprising to me, the number of houses of worship and other kinds of community and nonprofit owned buildings that are covered by this law because they are sizable. And so we have to come up with an implementation approach that acknowledges that all of those different buildings have very different capacities. And as I said in my testimony, we tend to think about capacity only as being the money to pay for something, but it is equally the management ability to get stuff done. And, when we do know that kind of management ability varies, you can expect a great deal of management expertise overseeing that Class A skyscraper in Midtown. You have very different expectations if you're being realistic about it when you're thinking about some of the other building classes that I described. But let me pause there and ask Gina or Gus, do you have the precise numbers in front of you? If not, we can certainly get that to both committees.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think it's probably best for us to get back to you with the actual stats of the breakdown. I will point out, though, as well, if someone wants to investigate the actual buildings themselves, on our dedicated website to sustainable buildings, we actually have a map of the building locations right now, nyc.gov/sustainable buildings, where someone can go and peruse both the local law 97 building profiles that we have, as well as the local law 33 energy grades. There are some slight differences in the buildings that have to comply with each, but that's at least a starting point right now for us to share with you to get a visual of this, and we can get back to you with the breakdown as you requested.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. That would be great, and appreciate it. I always love a good online open data source. So thank you for that. So then the next question is really around, something that Councilmember Gennaro started to ask. So I'm, very, very glad to hear the administration is not pursuing a cap and trade mechanism. We've seen, time and again, research shows that cap and trade mechanisms create hotspots, exacerbate harms to environmental justice communities. So, glad to hear that. But on the conversation about reducing penalties, not being overly focused on penalties, and also ensuring that we have strong alternative compliance mechanisms, that's also an area where I'm gonna, sort of antennas are gonna go up and gonna, concern us around environmental justice concerns, and making sure that we are seeing the reductions across the city as we should, and that we're not overburdening any communities. So can you share a bit about whether it's the early thinking on penalty, the way that penalties will be reduced in some cases, for those good faith efforts, and the way that alternative compliance mechanisms might be taken up. How are we prioritizing and sort of looking out for environmental justice communities?
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. It's a really important point, and I'm glad you have given me an opportunity to talk more about it, because the alternative compliance mechanism concept and the idea of flexibility in terms of fines are things that I think are really important, but they have to be used well and judiciously. I think if you were to see in your oversight capacity that the city was being overly generous in terms of reducing fines or allowing alternatives, I think that would be a violation of the intention and the spirit of the law. I think that would not be, as you said, keeping our eyes on the prize. I think at the same time, especially given our own experience with working as fast as we can to do this kind of work on city buildings, we know that reality sometimes intrudes. And I think part of our thinking here is that, as I said, it doesn't do the environment any good if a building owner is working as fast as they truly can work and then to hit them with a fine, which is one reason that we think there's real benefit in the potential for an alternative compliance mechanism. I do not have any more details, because what I shared is kind of an intention for the kinds of things that we plan to work on as we implement this law. I'll reiterate, we're only 103 days in. I'm only 8 weeks in. We've got a lot of work ahead of us to figure some of this out. But we think that the combination of focusing on, spiritually, you could think about it as a cure period, or there are lots of other analogies that we use in the enforcement of rules, right? That focus on that prize, which is the carbon reduction, but reserve the right to invoke penalties. So we're not taking away that stick that is important to spur activity, but we are using it with thoughtfulness, right? And I think that is the real message here, that we've got to strike that balance where we're not just letting people off the hook, and we're certainly not letting people off the hook disproportionately in certain neighborhoods. But at the same time, we are also accepting the fact that getting stuff done in the city can be difficult, and sometimes things are genuinely beyond the control of management.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. Does the city at this point, maybe before your 8 weeks tenure, but had any of the agencies done any preliminary projections on the ability of buildings to comply of the 50,000? How many might be able to comply? How many might be, we might know or hear that they're opting for alternative compliance, et cetera?
Well, I should be clear. Nobody has an alternative compliance mechanism right now, right? So we wouldn't know that anybody is doing that. And I think our top line message can and must be that nobody should focus on alternatives until they've genuinely tried to do everything they possibly can to reduce their carbon emissions, right? Because once again, that is the top priority. That is our top priority. That is the priority of the law. Alternatives are there for when there is some insurmountable barrier. And again, I think it could run the gamut from, a building that puts out an RFP and actually gets no bids on the work. Like, that's a challenge, right? A building where there's a management issue, a building where there are other known issues that could prevent work. I think, again, we have to figure out how do we embrace an approach that works for that skyscraper in Midtown with millions of dollars in the bank and, a team of 100 people who can manage the work, down to that co-op or that community center or that church, right? And across that full range of buildings, we're going to find a variety of alternatives. So I don't have a good sense. I will tell you, I know we have more than 2,000, as I said in my testimony, buildings that the New York City Accelerator has already helped. We know that particularly for buildings that house low-income New Yorkers and are rent regulated, there's a variety of programs that provide many, for example, of the prescriptive path measures established in the law for buildings with a large portion of rent regulated housing. Those are available for free between various state programs and Con Edison programs and other things. Buildings can actually get those changes done without paying anything. And then, as Chairman Gennaro said, they're reaping the benefits in most cases of energy savings, right? So I really want to reiterate the fact that the majority of buildings should be able to do all of this work without that much trouble. And so we should not wind up hearing of thousands and thousands of buildings that need an alternative compliance path or need some sort of cure period or leniency, right? What we should be hearing is that the vast majority of buildings are doing the work, they are doing it on time, and hopefully they are accessing PACE, the accelerator, a variety of state programs and other things that we hope to create. And again, we reserve some of these alternatives only for cases where it becomes increasingly clear that the building has no alternative. Let me pause and see whether any of my colleagues on the panel, Gina or Gus, particularly if there's anything you would like to share in terms of our perspective on what we're seeing out there as buildings begin compliance.
I think you covered it well, and I think a building that has questions or concerns should contact the accelerator right away and seek their assistance on finding what path is best for them. Gina?
I think that covers it, Commissioner. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. It's really it's reassuring to hear that, and I hope it proves to be true, and we'll certainly be looking out for anything you're learning along the way. My last sort of set of questions here is around the jobs that local law 97 could spur. I've heard as many as tens of thousands of jobs could be created this decade in design, renovation, construction as buildings meet these emissions targets. And so as the city's chief climate officer, Commissioner, I wonder, where the administration's thinking is at this point about, making sure that as the city is able to create these jobs, meeting these great goals, we're creating those jobs in frontline communities that, we are we're ensuring that economic development is shared across the city. And just to forecast that this is a topic that our Chair of Civil Service and Labor, Carmen De La Rosa, who's on this hearing today, is going to be digging into much further. But just at this early stage, wondering where you all are in thinking about it.
Well, I'd say the thing we have to remember is that, so as I said at the beginning, the job creation opportunities from this law are something that we embrace, that we are excited about, that Mayor Adams has, as I said, included it already in his economic development agenda. So that's something we take very seriously. As Chair Gennaro pointed out, he and I jointly have already engaged with the Climate Jobs New York coalition and will continue to do so. And I think it's one of the biggest opportunities. I think in large part, we have to remember that the easiest things to do, the things that are outside the city create fewer jobs. The things that focus on the more difficult work in buildings tend to create more jobs. There is a bit of a trade-off. A building owner who wants to do something that's easy, by definition, is probably going to do things that have fewer job hours created, shall we say, right? And so we have to think about how we do those things at once. I think one of the critical tasks for us is to make sure that we are helping the decarbonization of electricity in the best possible way, but also not allowing alternative compliance to become a long-term excuse for buildings not to do work on site. I think that's a tension that we are going to have to manage. And again, I think there's just dueling needs here between helping building owners do things quickly and doing things in the way that reduces, that creates jobs to the greatest extent possible. We're going to do our best to manage that for both outcomes.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I'll turn it back to Chair Gennaro to call on our colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Sanchez. Again, it's great to be co-chairing this hearing with you. I certainly appreciate you and the members of your good committee here today. I thank the Commissioner and his team for his answers to your questions and my questions. And now I will call upon the moderator of the hearing to let me know who is first in line for questions. Samara, I haven't been keeping track of the hands as they go up, but if you could let me know who's first up, I'd be happy to recognize that member.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
I first have Councilwoman Menon, followed by Councilwoman Nurse, followed by Councilman Carr, followed by Councilwoman Caban, followed by Councilman Ressler, and followed by Councilman De La Rosa.
Okay, thank you for that order. You're gonna have to remind me, but of that whole list. But for now, it gives me great pleasure to recognize Councilmember Menon.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Gennaro. Thank you, Chair Sanchez, for this incredibly important hearing. So in my district, the East Harlem part of my district has one of the highest childhood asthma rates in the city. So my first question focuses on enforcement. How many staff are you going to have that are focused on enforcement, Commissioner? And can you talk a little bit about how many inspectors you will have? How often will inspectors go out into the field?
I'll defer in a moment to Acting Commissioner Sarakas and to Gina to talk specifically about how the enforcement will work. But I'll observe two things. First is I know there's been a lot of attention paid to the mayor's budget from January. I'll point out that was a preliminary budget. And I will say that I am confident that we are going to have the staff that we need, both at DOB and outside of DOB, to do the job of enforcing this law. Gus or Gina, would you like to talk specifically about how this law gets enforced?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. I'll start it off at a higher level and then pass it on to Tina for some more details. But largely, this law would not necessarily require a field inspection by the department to go out to issue the violations and to determine compliance, as this is based on the reported emissions that are required to come to the department from the building ownership via design professionals and an online portal. So we can do much of this work administratively and from behind the scenes, that rather than needing to go out to an actual job site, or this is not specifically about jobs, excuse me, this is being about existing buildings being occupied and used. So this would be more digital enforcement and violation issuance from that standpoint. Gina?
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Council Member Menon, for the question. It's obviously something that we are giving a lot of thought to, but as Commissioner Sarakis has explained, we know a lot about the buildings based on the energy reporting that they are submitting to our department on an annual basis. And that also gives us the ability to look into the future and identify buildings that may be at risk, and work very closely with our friends at MOCEJ and the accelerator to try and get ahead of them before they become a problem that is, resulting in a fine. So we really look forward to doing that work, and really look forward to your support with your constituents and getting the information out about the accelerator and the help that we can offer at the department.
And can you give an update on Accelerator and also an update on the PACE financing? Is PACE financing up and running? And how many buildings have already submitted applications for PACE financing?
Councilmember, yes. So as I said in my testimony, PACE financing is certainly up and running and open for business and available for buildings to seek loans for retrofits. The rules following on last year's expansion of it to new buildings is what is pending, but PACE for existing buildings is definitely open for business. As I said, to date, there are only 2 buildings that have received PACE financing for retrofits. And the way that property owners would apply actually starts with private lenders. So building owners do not actually come to the city. They go to a set of private lenders that they're reasonably well known. They often self-identify if somebody searches for PACE financing, and the NYC Accelerator can certainly direct buildings to them. And so I don't have a good sense of how many projects are currently under discussion between buildings to lenders, because the city only gets involved after a lender has done the due diligence and brought it forward as something that it thinks is in compliance with the law. To date, as I said, it's only 2, and it's actually one of the reasons that that we think that there may be a need for additional financing, because we think PACE.
Could I just interrupt, because I see I just have a few seconds left. So if there are only 2, then shouldn't there be more education and outreach to building owners? 2 is obviously a very low number. So it just strikes me you need to do more on education outreach so that building owners know about this and avail themselves of it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Councilmember Menon. Appreciate your participation and your good questions. I recognize Councilmember Nurse for question.
Time starts now.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for this really important meeting. Thank you, Chair Gennaro and Chair Biedina Sanchez. I need to call you Sanchez. I'm sorry. I just have 2, maybe 3 questions. We'll see what I can get in. One, I just wanted to say, if I heard correctly, please let me know if I didn't. I'm really encouraged by the testimony of the commissioner that we are not pursuing a cap and trade program for energy efficiency at this moment. That's really exciting to hear, since I think it's resoundingly agreed that these are false solutions. I have a question about the RECs, the renewable energy certificates. I'm sorry if I missed this in your testimony, but since it's I think there's some agreement that RECs aren't really reducing local emissions, will the department be limiting the number of RECs that building owners can use to meet the targets?
Council member, we, so the rules around how RECs, so first of all, I'll say RECs are fully encompassed within the law, like there is a clear provision that they be considered. So they are not, so including RECs in some way, of course, is not in contravention of the law's intent. We are working on the rules for exactly what extent they should be allowed. I will just say that I think it is our objective not to allow RECs to be used overly broadly. Gustina, can I, anything more we should add there?
Okay.
For Gina, if there's anything.
Do you know when you all will have a better sense of that, of how much, how many you're going to allow or to what degree you'll allow it?
I don't know that I can give you a time frame with any certainty. But as I said, that is the kind of question that we know has to get answered for 2024. So that is one that we are actively working on with a very high sense of urgency.
Okay. My next question, and I hope I'll be able to squeeze the last one in. This one's really just a simple yes or no. Can New York City cut its climate, heating, pollution, and overall greenhouse gas emissions without buildings achieving the pollution cuts required under Local Law 97?
I'm sorry, council member, that was a long one.
I'm sorry. So will we be able to hit our greenhouse gas reduction goals if we do not fully implement this law effectively?
No, I think reaching the greenhouse gas targets in this law are critical to the citywide targets, no question.
Okay, and my last one is really around kind of the Midtown buildings owned by the ultra rich. I want to ask about a particular building, One Bryant Park, Bank of America Tower, because its owners are really outspoken in opposition to this law. It's owned by the Durst. They're extremely wealthy. They're arguing the law is unfair. Will the city fully implement the law and its consequences, even to the ultra-rich building owners who do not comply?
Council member, look, I don't think it's appropriate for me to talk about any specific building, but I think we will certainly not be letting buildings off the hook if they are not doing what they can to reduce their emissions.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Nurse. Pleasure to have you with us here today and for your participation. And it's next council member. I'm happy to recognize Councilmember Caban for question.
Time starts now.
I need to be unmuted. Oh, there we go. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Just thank you to the chairs and to all of the folks that are here today. So a few questions, I'll see how many I can fit in like my colleagues. The first one is a quick one. You talked about the job creation of the local law, but I just want to specifically ask, does Local Law 97 create union jobs? And does that union job creation continue to grow through the decade?
Yes, it should. Well, as we know, many buildings are union shops, and many of the best contractors in New York City, of course, employ union labor. And so I fully expect that there will be a large number of union jobs created by this law.
Great. And in terms of just a line of questioning around the pollution aspects, can New York City as a whole cut its climate, heating, pollution without buildings achieving the pollution cuts required under Local Law 97?
Well, I think that's similar to what Councilmember Nurse argued. And again, I'll just say that, yes, buildings are, you can't make the kind of changes to the city's carbon emissions that we need to make, certainly over the longer term, without having significant changes at the building level. We fully agree with that.
So or I guess earlier you had mentioned that, working with buildings that are trying and making like quote unquote like good faith efforts to meet and comply with local law. What does good faith mean to y'all? Like, you know, when I think about good faith, I want to make sure that it's sort of, you know, as a last resort and not a loophole that folks are able to take advantage of. So what does good faith mean to y'all? What is, like, you know, general, like, you know, a competent enough compliance look like to y'all in working with these folks?
Well, council member, I'll see turning to what the law actually says on this, because this is a concept that is written into the law, and it'll take me a minute to find it. But so maybe I won't even try, because I don't want to waste your time. But I think it's really important for us to have a certain amount of flexibility. But I think good faith is really doing everything that one can. I don't think this is something about sitting back and saying, well, it's not going to make me money and therefore I'm not going to do it. That's not a good faith effort. But it's also, it can't be something that you look at a building's financial situation, you look at its management, you look at its resources, and you say, yeah, there's nothing available there. Or even more significantly, you look at the challenges of doing the work in a marketplace that's difficult. And again, we have a certain amount of experience with this, given the work that Anthony leads, and, you know, my own agency, DEP, has a lot of work it's got to do to cut its carbon footprint. I know how difficult it is to keep those projects underway. So I totally understand it. But as you point out, like, part of the key with the idea of alternative compliance or cure periods or whatever it is that it's not a long-term solution, right? And I think that's one of the critical things that we should not be thinking about, finding a way for people just to decide, oh, I'm just going to pay X forever, and that's going to keep me from having to change anything about my building. We can't let that be the way it goes. The way it has to go is you might pay X into some alternative mechanism, as long as it takes you to get your act together, as long as it takes the contractors to do the work, et cetera. But again, I think there's a really important distinction here around the intent, which is not to let people off the hook, but it is to accommodate the reality of how difficult it is to make some of these changes in some buildings.
And I know I probably don't have time to get this answered, but I know Councilmember Menon was hitting this a little bit in terms of the things that are available to building owners in terms of support. But the other side of that coin, you know, can you talk a little bit about the law, you know, the formula in it to specify penalties on buildings if they violate those pollution caps? I don't know if you hit this already, but if you could explain the formula itself.
Well, let me actually defer. I think Gina or Gus would probably be best suited to explain that concisely.
In the interest of time, I'll defer to Gina to go.
Let me just jump in here for a second. And I know the time is about to run out, but I think it's an important question. And I'm willing to give some latitude for the administration to answer this question in full.
Thank you, Chair.
So please, Gina, go right ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Gennaro, and thank you, Councilmember Cavan, for the question. A building's limit is established based on the types of uses that are in that building, and there are 10 different coefficients that are assigned to each of those uses. So an owner will be able to calculate their maximum limit for their entire building. Once they understand what that limit is, we will compare that to the amount of carbon dioxide that they've generated over the year. And any excess carbon is measured in metric tons. And for each metric ton of carbon that they are over their limit, the fine is $268 per ton. That number, as we understand, was generated by council as being higher than the cost of compliance. So it's intended to motivate owners to actually make the improvements to their buildings rather than to just pay the fine as the cost of doing business. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Caban. I appreciate your good questions. And now I have to pay a big apology to Councilmember Parr, who somehow I skipped over. You were actually supposed to be after Councilmember Nurse. Sorry for that mistake on my part. I recognize Councilmember Carr with apologies.
No
Time
problem, Chair
starts now.
Gennaro. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I thank you and Chair Sanchez for convening this incredibly important hearing on this topic. Commissioners, members of the administration, thank you for testifying today. I want to talk a little bit about, you talked about being flexible on the fines for those who are, making good faith efforts to get into compliance. Do you feel that the statutory authority under Local Law 97 allows you any latitude in terms of complete latitude in terms of penalty reduction, even all the way to zero? And do you also feel that you're going to, in your rulemaking on this topic, be adopting different standards based on building type? As was testified, you have a lot of different kinds of buildings falling under this mandate, and I'd just like to get some clarity on that.
So I thank you, Council Member. As I said in my testimony, we are still exploring exactly what the law allows in what we think would be a correct and workable interpretation. What I wanted to share with you was our intent, what we are working on right now, not what we have resolved. And the way I understand the law, and again, I'll defer if Gus and Gina would like to jump in, is that it's actually, the law countenances a building specific, not a type specific approach to that. So it really countenances the idea that a building specific circumstances should be taken into account when considering the fines, and not a broad class based approach to making that distinction. But again, we have not fully come to an internal an administration perspective on precisely what the law allows, but I think that's what we would like to have the ability to do. Gina,
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt if there was a further comment.
So I think that's fine then. Thank you.
Okay. So my next question is, a lot of the conversation is focused on residential commercial buildings, but you also have manufacturing buildings, which have a very different kind of activity going on their sites, which are more energy consuming, and therefore have, by their nature, larger carbon footprints. What's your approach to that, where you have buildings that can't necessarily make improvements on their energy consumption beyond a certain point, given the sort of the high energy, high carbon activity that goes on there, as compared to a residential building?
Thanks, Council Member. And let me actually ask my DOB colleagues to take that on. They've been doing a lot of work on this remapping and, as the law requires, allowing buildings that have specific unique profiles to apply in advance for an adjustment. So Commissioner Sarakas.
Sure, thank you. And yes, thank you. And I think, as Gina mentioned earlier in one of her answers, the law provides the energy usage limits based on the usage of the space, and it's currently based on the building code classification of the space. So manufacturing is treated differently than residential, which is treated different than storage, which is treated different than business occupancy. But the energy usage that is reported and is the basis of the actual energy usage consumption facts that we're dealing with for a specific site are given through Energy Star Portfolio Manager through a different categorization system. And they also account for the actual usage of the space and differentiate the different spaces based on how they're used. And I'll let Gina talk through a little bit on our exercise to go through mapping the Energy Star Portfolio Manager to building code usage that's specified in the law itself and the adjustments.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Councilmember Carr, for the question. It's very important to us that we identify those buildings that have unusual energy usage patterns in them, and that's been a focus of our remapping exercise that we're working on closely with MOCEJ. we're getting to a point where we're looking forward to sharing that information publicly about adjustments to different use types and assigning them to the limits that make sense based on their actual energy consumption. So it brings a next level of equity to the distribution of the limits in the law. And it will also help us address those issues that are related to manufacturing and industry.
Please continue, Gina. If you need time to answer the question in full, please continue.
Thank you, Chair Gennaro. I'll just add that those are a building type that we've been specifically concerned with. We don't want to push jobs out of New York City, so we are working on a very comprehensive list of those types of buildings, where they are and what happens in them, so that we can find ways to help.
And Chair Gennaro, if I may, just one last quick question. Do you have a breakdown on, you mentioned the breakdown of residential commercial. Do you have a breakdown of what percentage of those buildings under the mandate are M sites, and then what their carbon emission footprint is collectively as a whole?
I would ask for a brief reply and the opportunity for Councilmember Carr to receive all this information from the administration, but I will allow a brief reply.
Thank you,
We don't have that at our fingertips, but we can get it for you.
We'll supply that breakdown to both committees.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilmember Carr. And once again, my apologies for skipping you in the order, and thank you for your great questions. I recognize Councilmember Ressler for a question.
Time starts now.
Brilliant. Thank you, Chair Gennaro, and it is great to be with you. And thank you, Chair Sanchez. I'm so excited to be at a hearing that you're co-chairing. Firstly, I just want to express my gratitude that Commissioner Agarwala is leading this effort. And I think we as the City of New York are in great hands with you as the steward, as our kind of Chief Climate Officer. This is the landmark law that the City Council, this is the most consequential landmark law that has come out of the City Council in many years. And I just want to underscore that I want to do everything I can to strengthen it, to protect it, to preserve it, and to facilitate compliance. All of the efforts that I think are in the air to try and weaken it are, I am in stark and staunch opposition to. And I am heartened by Commissioner Agarwala's sentiments that this administration is strongly committed to facilitating compliance in 24, 25, and 30. I think there have been some open questions about how this administration is approaching Local Law 97, and this hearing feels like a consequential step in the right direction. My questions, though, are directed toward DOB. So I want to thank the Commissioner and Gina, who I haven't had a chance to meet. But I just want to follow up on Councilmember Caban's question first, to affirm that DOB is intending to follow the formula as the previous administration was, dictated by the law, and assess penalties accordingly. My understanding is that DOB has the authority or the latitude to weaken those penalties, and I want to hear otherwise, that you are planning to fully impose the penalties as they have been drafted in the law.
Thank you, Council Member. And I think, we fully intend to, oh, sorry, can you not hear me? Or?
No, I can hear you. I just wanted, sorry, go ahead.
DOB fully intends to carry out the intent of the law. I think, other than working with our partners in city government as to these alternative compliance methods, and to work within the allowances that are in the law that are there to allow for those unique circumstances where people have made these good faith efforts. And we fully acknowledge, as Commissioner Agarwala stated earlier, that
I'm sorry, Commissioner, just because we're tight on time and I'm going to get cut off. So just to be clear, crisper, you're intending to follow the formula that's laid out in the law, barring exceptional circumstances.
Yeah, and the ability that we would have to come up with reasonable alternative methods of enforcement and compliance that we've described today. I think that's our intention.
May I just jump in? I'm sorry, council member. My understanding is the penalty is the penalty, right? And what the law countenances is that on a building specific basis, there might be an adjustment. It outlines a set of criteria that should be taken into account, and those are the criteria that will guide our thinking on this.
Okay, I appreciate that if folks our collective goal is to facilitate compliance, and so
Yeah.
I want to be here to offer all the carrots, and every building owner that's come to me and every wealthy developer that's come to me, I've said I'm not here to weaken the law. Tell me what you need to comply with the law, and let's work together. And I appreciate that that is the orientation of the administration, but I don't want that to be allowing people to off the hook. Right? Like we need a very strong stick at the other end of this, that if building owners are not doing everything they possibly can to comply, that they are going to be held accountable and have to pay through the darn nose, because we have no choice but to comply with local law 97. Thank you. I wanted another question for DOB. How many staff are needed from your perspective, additional new staff to implement aggressive, comprehensive oversight of this law? And what is the existing staffing need relative to the staff you have in place?
So our new staffing, I think, will be shared with the city council soon, is my understanding. We've been working with our partners in OMB on laying out how many staff and what other services we might need to implement this local law in and of itself. And I think it's something that from our standpoint, that need is going to vary over time. And as we get closer to 2024, 2025, our needs will be much different than what they are today. Oh, you're on mute, I believe.
Sorry, what do we need July 1? What do we expect? What do you have? What do you not have? Is there anything you can share other than you're working with OMB?
Time expired.
Please continue. I want Councilmember Ressler's question answered in full.
So unfortunately, no, at this time, there's nothing I can share other than we will have some additional needs for you for both staff and other requests for implementation. And it's definitely going to be an increase going forward.
We are, we include in our council budget response a recommendation for additional staff. We believe we need you all to have the resources you need to facilitate compliance, or this will be a toothless law. And so I have to beg and plead that you be as clear with us as you can and not hide behind negotiations or ongoing with OMB. Let us help you. If we need to put resources in from our side, we will fight for them. I will fight for them if you can communicate to us. So I appreciate that you're in a funny position at a hearing, but hopefully we can have a private conversation to discuss further. And thank you, Chair Gennaro, for giving me an extra second.
Thank you for your continued support there.
We want to help.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. We're having a lot of discussions with the administration, like the council has spoken, regarding our response to the budget, and we certainly do expect to see good things in the next budget that I guess will be released in like late April or early May. Whenever the exec budget comes out, we certainly expect to be good things. We certainly expect to see good things. And so, if we don't, we know we can count on you, Lincoln, to make our voices heard and make this a reality. Thank you, Councilman Ressler. I'm very happy to recognize now Councilmember De La Rosa for questions.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much, Chair Gennaro and Chair Sanchez. As has been echoed by my colleagues, this law really has the ability to transform our city. And so I know there is a lot of passion in the room for upholding and strengthening the law and not weakening it. So I wanted to state that clearly for the record. I am the chair of the Civil Service and Labor Committee. And so I wanted to just ask a little bit about the job creation portion of this. Can you give us a lay of the land? Do you have the information about the increase in economic activity or job creation that is currently resulting from Local Law 97, or what is projected in your opinion?
Council member, I'll see if any of my colleagues have that kind of quantitative analysis. I do not off the top of my head, and it is not something that the city has led. I know actually there are some organizations that are going to be testifying later today that may be able to provide more of that analysis. I'll just reiterate what I said earlier, which is that the opportunity in this law is so significant that it was highlighted as one of a relatively few number of sectors that the mayor included in his economic development strategy, released only a couple of weeks ago. So the job creation opportunities are big, they are significant, they are a key focus of ours. You know, in terms of numbers, I think Anthony's got some numbers.
Do you know of any plans to roll out a strategy to ensure that the jobs that are created, I heard Councilmember Caban already ask about union jobs, but I wanted to ask also about these types of jobs in communities of color or environmental justice communities that are so heavily impacted by pollution and the other harms that have come from not having this law on the books.
Well, I'll reiterate that the New York City Accelerator has a number of programs related to that. As I mentioned, they have an internship program, a workforce development program. They are specifically targeted towards low-income neighborhoods and people who come from those neighborhoods. And then I know, and perhaps Vlada, you'd like to chime in about some of the work that NYCHA does, which has a particular focus on this.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are laser focused on Local Law 97, particularly for the workforce opportunities for our residents. We have launched the Clean Heat for All Challenge, as Commissioner Agarwala had alluded to earlier in his testimony. And to us, that is a job creation opportunity. We're also working with partners to stand up what we're calling a Clean Energy Academy. We committed to doing that in our sustainability agenda that we released in 2021. We're seeing some great numbers in, as you know, we're required to by HUD to hire through Section 3. We are seeing some really good compliance numbers, over 90% through our energy performance contracts of Section 3 hires. So these are things that are extremely important to my team and to our chair.
Thank you. And then my final question, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question, piggybacking on what Councilmember Ressler just asked. So can you clarify about the penalties for breaking Local Law 97? We know that the targets are high, and that 20% of the most polluting buildings are covered, right? So what is the process, and what is the process if there are buildings that are breaking the law? So are we suggesting that the law be relaxed for those buildings? I just need a little bit of clarity on that.
Happy to do that, council member. So,
and also, Rid, I'll just say that this is a very important question. Time's about to run out, so I would urge you to answer the question in full.
Okay, will do. So just to be clear, council member, we're not talking at all about weakening the law. The law prescribes the penalty, and I now have it in front of me, section 320.6. It's a formula. It's basically a penalty of $268 per ton over the cap on a per building basis. The law then establishes 5 criteria that should be taken into account when determining whether the full amount should be levied. That's good faith efforts to comply, the history of compliance with Local Law 97 itself, adjustments that have been made also as countenanced in the law in advance, whether there were, and I quote, unexpected and unforeseeable events or conditions that were outside the control of the respondent, the respondent's access to financial resources, and finally, it's 6, whether payment of such penalty would impact the operations of facilities critical to human life or safety. So the law is very clear on how and when and for what reasons penalties should be adjusted. This is a reasonable list. We don't think there's a need to go beyond it. What I was describing, though, is two things. One, the fact that we take both the penalty and section 320.6.1 seriously as we think about this, again, corresponding or following the intent of the law, and that we do think it would be a good thing, and I don't have a path, we don't know exactly how we would do it, that even when penalties are pending, that we find ways for buildings to comply through assistance to low-income housing. We think that has real promise. And I'll reiterate, I've said this several times already this morning, we do not want buildings just to pay penalties forever and not reduce their carbon emissions. That helps no one. We do not want to let buildings off the hook if they are choosing not to comply because they don't want to spend the money or they can't be bothered to do the work. We want to use what's in the law to help buildings comply as fast as they can, to have a certain amount of realism so that we are not punishing buildings that are acting in the good faith and in accordance with what's laid out in the law.
Okay, thank you so much for answering my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember De La Rosa. And let me just jump in here for a second and indicate that with regard to your question regarding jobs and green jobs and union jobs, as has been mentioned already in the hearing, Rit and I and others have already been in contact with Climate Jobs New York, and and so I'll be speaking with you about that. It would I think it's very important that you and your committee be deeply involved in that effort, and I look forward to that. And with that said, Madam Moderator, are there any other council members that wish to be recognized for a question?
I do not see any other hands up.
Okay, I thought I was going to come back for a second round. The members of both committees have asked many great questions that have satisfied me. I'm certainly very eager to hear from the list of witnesses that want to weigh in, and so now I defer to my co-chair Sanchez if she has any closing questions for the administration.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Gennaro, and thank you to all the colleagues for your great questions and for the administration for all your very helpful answers. So I think you're hearing a theme. You're hearing that many of us are concerned with not going light in any way to those who are emitting carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases at high levels. We want to make sure that, yes, let's be reasonable, but at the same time, we're keeping eyes on the prize, and the penalties are still there to incentivize compliance. So thank you for all of that. I have a very quick question on, and maybe this is very, very specific, but section 28-320.7, adjustment to applicable annual building emissions limit in the legislation. So in the circumstances in which the administration could adjust the expectations for particular buildings, there's a similar list, similar to the one that you just laid out, Commissioner. It includes there have been good faith efforts, capital improvements that were necessary, were too difficult to implement in a timely manner. The owner has availed itself of all available city, state, and federal, private and utility incentive programs related to energy reduction, and so on and so forth. And so the quick question here is about the order in which the administration would consider these, or is that something that is still under consideration? The good faith effort should be the last thing, right? Because the good faith efforts include making efforts, or I'm sorry, maybe I'm mixing up two things, but going toward alternative compliance mechanisms should be the last resort. And I just want to make sure that the administration in every sort of consideration, whether it's adjusting the emissions limit, or it is reducing penalties, or it is anything else that, as we have said, and I think as the administration have said, but I would love for you to echo if it's true, that we are compliance first, right? Mobilization first, and then, at the very end, are we considering alternative mechanisms and fine reductions and changes to limits?
Well, Chair, I have said it many times this morning. I'll say it yet again. We are focused on mobilization, and you don't get mobilization by sitting back and getting an adjustment. You don't get mobilization by paying a fine. Mobilization comes when buildings make changes that reduce their carbon footprints. And so I certainly, I think we are on the same page on that. I'll point out, and I expect you see the distinction here. There's what I was citing about the determination of the penalty, and then there is this process countenanced in the law that you were just reading, which is around how the limits can be adjusted. I know our colleagues at the Department of Buildings put out the rules related to that, and so maybe I could ask Gina or Gus to talk about how we are implementing this specific section 320.7.
Sure, thank you, Commissioner. So we have put out rules for adjustments, but those were to a different subsection of Article 320 that accounted for extreme conditions for one particular site where they had a very unique scenario for their energy usage that made them different from other buildings in that category, and for non-for-profit hospitals. This adjustment would be part of future rulemaking, and as you see, it does have some very specific guide rails and a pretty specific list of criteria that one building would need to demonstrate that they meet. And many of these things are they're not an easy bar to achieve, and it's just a pay your way out of doing this. And I do think that this would be in advance of any violation being determined. This would be an adjustment to the actual limit to then determine if someone is exceeding their limits in the law and thus being in violation. So expect more to come on this, but if you look at Article 320.7, it does have some pretty specific caveats that an individual building would need to meet. Gina, do you have more to add here?
Thank you, Commissioner. I would just like to point out for Councilmember Sanchez that section also has limitations on the timing. So if you look at 320.7.1, this is not a forever pass for a building owner. These adjustments have either a 3-year or a 1-year limit, and then they have to come back to the department and again demonstrate that they are doing everything that they can and that there's some kind of constraint that they cannot get past. So the law also, puts some really strict limitations on that adjustment.
Good job to the law writers. Thank you so much for that. And then a few questions in particular to NYCHA. So y'all have a massive capital backlog, and there are many different ways in which the administration, the state, the federal government, we all are sort of clamoring to help you meet that backlog. And so my question is about NYCHA's ability to comply with local law 97. Do you have a cost estimate for what it would cost NYCHA to comply? Do you anticipate achieving compliance by 2030? And what exactly is sort of the roadmap for NYCHA on compliance?
Please, Vada, go ahead.
She's there.
I think we need to unmute her.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I was trying to unmute myself, and thank you very much for that question, Madam Chair. There's no secret there's a $40 billion backlog in physical needs assessment, capital deferred needs. We are working very hard, have been advocating on behalf of our residents to raise dollars for those needs. And it's very important that that happens equitably across the portfolio, not a couple of buildings. And you know that very well. We do see Local Law 97 as an opportunity. As we all know, many of our systems are at the end of their useful lives. And if we are replacing them, we need to be replacing them with options that are currently on the market that will decarbonize our buildings, that will remove combustion-based technologies that are polluting the neighborhoods. And so we don't see it as a burden as long as we can compete the costs of decarbonization with boiler replacements, because we fully recognize that the way that the funding has been coming in has been based on the physical needs assessment and at sort of the cost of a boiler replacement. So that's a very important piece of how we are approaching decarbonization. That is the reason we launched the Clean Heat for All challenge, so that we can start to compete the cost of decarbonization with boiler replacements. To answer your question about full compliance, we do have some numbers that are for 2080 compliance. I can just make sure that I confirm it with my administration and share them with you. I do not have 2030 compliance numbers, although we can figure out how to get at them. But there are significant costs. As you know, there's a $6.6 billion need alone for heating systems, and these are just replacements in kind. Electrification at this point costs more. We also would like to address our buildings comprehensively. Our drivers are quality of life as much as decarbonization, right? So we, in addition to failing heating systems, we do have gas lines that are failing and plumbing systems that are failing. And so all of those needs do need to be addressed. And so in certain cases, we have several buildings where we are trying to address all of the needs at the same time. And for example, at 1471 Watson, we're doing a complete electrification. That means we are removing cooking gas. That requires extensive electrical upgrades. We're replacing windows, etc. So I hope this answers your question.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you. And then a final question from me, and then I see that Councilmember Nurse has her hand up. But Commissioner Agarwala, if you can sort of enlighten for the public, there are many different rulemaking processes that are required under Local Law 97. And I know the advisory board, as you all have mentioned, is hard at work, and a lot of this work is underway. Can you just give us an overview of what is on sort of the work plan, the agenda for the advisory board over the next few months, or perhaps the year?
Well, thanks, Chair. I think, first of all, we should separate out. The advisory board is not actually driving rulemaking. The advisory board exists to give advice on a number of issues that DOB will have to make rules about. DOB and the administration are making the rules, which is what's established by law. So that's the right way to go about it. And you know, some of that work has already begun in many cases where we have found a lot of agreement and consistent recommendations from the advisory board as it has done its work. But let me invite Commissioner Sarakas and Gina to.
But before Commissioner Sarakas and Gina step in, the advisory board has visibility into the rulemaking process. Are they sort of involved in advising?
Well, we have to remember that the rulemaking process is established in the city's charter, right? And so once the rulemaking process begins, the whole world will have the appropriate and equal visibility into it. The advisory board's role ends when it makes recommendations that the Department of Buildings and the administration can take into account as the Department of Buildings starts its rulemaking, right? And we do need to be reasonably clear here. The advisory board is not involved directly in the rulemaking itself. That would be inappropriate under law.
Yeah, no, CAPA is very strict. Thank you.
So anyway, so we will go into CAPA with the various components that have to be done through rule. And again, as I said, it's not all one big bang. Work has already begun. There are probably going to be some areas where maybe there isn't a consensus among the advisory board. And we also acknowledge the advisory board may or may not be fully representative of the entire city. And so that's what CAPA does, is it creates that forum where the general public in its fullness can provide input. But Gus, let me turn it over to you to say more on the rulemaking processes.
Sure, yeah. Gina and her team have been working quite hard for a long time on actually not just the advisory board process, but also the internal drafts of our rulemaking. And we hope to have something to share very soon with the public at large. And as Commissioner Agarwala correctly described, we are getting input and feedback from the advisory board and the working groups on questions and topics of note, but not specifically anything directly about writing the rules themselves. And the advisory board will continue to meet over the coming year, and they have a pretty specific scope to answer questions that are outlined in Local Law 97 and Article 320, and making their feedback and input known at large. So they will be continuing to meet, continuing to dialogue. And our rules will also evolve over time as Local Law 97 and the requirements evolve as they change, right? This is one of those laws that is quite far-seeing into the future and has requirements for both the department from an implementation standpoint and for property owners and building owners, over the course of time as well. Gina?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll just provide a couple of the details on the rulemaking that we have in process right now. So helping owners better understand the calculation methodology, very basics of complying with Local Law 97, things like how should they be calculating their gross square floor area of a building, which may differ from things like zoning calculations. Also looking at how they determine the occupancy of the building, which, as Commissioner Sarakas suggested, is going to change from what was under the law before. Looking at how they establish their total emissions for the year, what can count, what doesn't count, coefficients for types of energy that were not already included in the law. So many of the normal sources of energy are already laid out, but there are many other types of energy used across the city that have not been addressed. Over time, we'll also look into things like how does an owner report for a campus-wide building or campus-wide property that has multiple buildings. And those are the types of details that we have covered in rulemaking that is already with law department and in process that should be made public in the coming months. Over time, we'll also address other things like how we account for RECs, the question that was raised earlier, limitations and details around greenhouse gas offsets and other challenges with the law that in their wisdom, council did not try to pin all of those things down when the law was passed, which gave us a great deal of room to align with what's happening at the state and other initiatives. So we're appreciative of that and look forward to continuing that work.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Chair Gennaro. Turning it back to you.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez, for your great follow-up questions. I see that Councilmember Nurse wishes to ask more questions. I recognize Councilmember Nurse.
Thank you. I'll be short. I just have two final questions. So the 2024 to 2029 limits, seems fair. And you've already pointed out that most of the buildings that exceed the very high 2024 caps are only just a smidge over them. So it seems like any good faith effort to comply can happen. I'm just curious why there's an emphasis on potentially not assessing fines. It seems that broaching that piece would really just help ease the kind of collective anxiety folks are having around making sure this law has teeth. And sorry if I've missed missed parts of it that answered that already.
Council member, I think there are, we do believe that the majority of buildings who are covered under 2024 will have little, if any, problem meeting their targets. It is also entirely possible that some will. And so I think it's important for us to be comprehensive in the way we describe what we're going to do here, to be transparent with you all about things that we are and are not considering. And so that was the intention here. And as I pointed out, all of this is very much in progress because the rulemakings have just begun. The advisory board has not completed its work. The administration is in its early days. And I think the law incorporates, as I said earlier, a very clear calculation that's just a math problem to figure out what the penalties are. And then it has a relatively clear set of guidelines for how we think about penalties or limit reductions. We're going to be looking at all of those aspects to see how we can achieve mobilization. But I think that's the most important point, is that what we need to achieve is mobilization.
Okay. And my last question for this hearing, it's slightly off topic, but on topic, but I guess, how is the city planning on engaging buildings that are not mandated to reduce emissions under local law 97? So the 35% or more affordable housing, the under 25,000 square feet, just, what funding currently exists to assist some of these buildings to get their reductions down? And just, are there any conversations among the agencies around kind of those targets as well?
Well, certainly.
Let me just say before you answer it that this question is somewhat off topic, but I think it's very important, and I'm happy to give Councilmember Nurse latitude and to give you full time to answer this important question.
Thank you.
Thanks. First of all, let me just make sure there's no misimpression. Buildings with 35% or more of rent-regulated apartments still are covered if they meet the size limits under the law, right? They're not. Those are the buildings that have this prescriptive path where if they do if they do a clear list of retrofits that are clearly available, that they are deemed in compliance even if they have not met the reduction targets. It's entirely possible that in many cases, by doing that prescriptive path, they will meet or even exceed the targets for carbon reductions that the law requires. I'd say there are also a number of programs being run right now by the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice focused on smaller buildings, including, something we often forget, but several of the council members here never forget, that the vast majority of buildings in New York are in fact single or 1 to 4 family homes, right? And so there is a program, and I have to confess I'm blanking on its name, maybe Gina or somebody can help me out, that MOCEJ has that is focused explicitly on lower income homeowners who have 1 to 4 family homes. We have a variety of programs that are available, many of them actually not ours, but Con Ed and state programs that exist to help low-income homeowners or buildings of all size types to do those retrofits. In many cases, what I was describing earlier, that the prescriptive path program or the prescriptive path retrofits that are required for the buildings with 35% rent regulated or more can often be done for free by taking advantage of state programs or Con Ed programs. Those state and Con Ed programs are generally open to all building sizes. So there is a wide variety. I will say, I think the wisdom of Local Law 97 was to focus attention on the largest buildings where we'll have the biggest impact in the shortest amount of time. Once we get through the rulemaking for Local Law 97, once this law is up and running fully and having the impact that it needs to have, I think then, of course, the city has to turn to look at the remainder of its buildings. And by the way, I'll point out that's the way it's happened in the past, where we started with the first laws that Chairman Gennaro helped write and sponsored, addressing existing buildings, and the limits were expanded over time, right? To cover more and more buildings as buildings figured out that compliance was not as difficult as they had originally imagined. And so I think there are two approaches that could happen over time, but the first priority is to get this law functional.
Great. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you, Councilmember Nurse. Thank you, Councilmember Nurse. And with that, I would like to thank the commissioner and everyone from the administration for giving us the benefit of your comprehensive testimony and very candid testimony about the way the administration is, leading the rulemaking on this. We look forward to working closely with you as the CAPA process, rolls out. We have sharp eyes on the budget that's going to be released. This is an ongoing conversation, but got off to a very good start today. And I thank the administration and all of my colleagues that asked very excellent questions. And with that, I will dismiss the administration, and I know that you're going to have people who will, stay behind to listen to all of the good testimony that's going to be put forward today. And we thank you for that. And once again, thanks.
Thank you all, and we appreciate your support and your interest.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator, we have our next witnesses. We have our next witness who was a celebrity witness. And so we look forward to, he's smiling, he smiles a lot. He does things that make people smile. Madam Moderator, may I have the opportunity of introducing the next witness? Would you give me that privilege?
Of course.
Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. It gives me great honor and great privilege to bring on our next witness, the great former chair of the Committee on Environmental Protection, passed scores of laws in his tenure as chairman, and shepherded hundreds through the Environmental Committee. My good friend and brother, former council member Costa Constantinides, the author of Local Law 97. Costa, the floor is yours. And in deference to the council member, we're not putting him on the clock.
Wow. So,
yeah,
I
big
just
stuff.
like to start the public testimony with an introduction of the rules of the public testimony.
Okay, okay.
To begin with, I'd like to remind everybody that we'll be calling on witnesses one by one to testify. Each panelist will be given 2 minutes, except Costa Constantinides. And please begin when the sergeant has started the timer and given you the cue to begin. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist should use the raise hand function in Zoom, and I will call on you after the panelist has completed their testimony. For panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the sergeant of arms will give you the go-ahead to begin upon setting the timer. Please wait for the sergeant to announce you before you begin your testimony. The first witness is Council Member Emeritus Costa Constantinides.
Even wore a green shirt today. Good to see you, Council Member.
good to see you, Chair Sanchez, and great to see you all in seeing that this is on Zoom. It is a weird thing for me to be on the other side of all of this and to be in the gallery and being someone giving testimony and not one that's hearing testimony. Being that I spent 15 years in the council and 6 of them with Chair Gennaro as his legislative director and deputy chief of staff. And I look to him as a mentor and a friend. And we did a lot of great work together. And I hope to continue that great work when in my time as chairperson of the council's Environmental Protection Committee. And Chair Sanchez, I hear only great things on your tenure thus far. And excited to see all the great things you'll do, and so many great new members on the council that are doing so many amazing things. So thank you for indulging me today and allowing me to testify. And just wanted to give a little bit of legislative intent and a little bit of measure as to what we were thinking as we were passing this legislation. So I know you're going to hear a lot of testimony today, and I haven't quite been called a celebrity testifier before. I don't know if I should have been wearing sunglasses while giving this testimony, but I appreciate that. But I really wanted to give some legislative intent and thought to what we were thinking, why we did certain things, and sort of set the stage, as you're going to hear from myriads of organizations that were part of this process, and all the activists and all the stakeholders on all sides. I say thank you for your great efforts over the years, because this was not a bill we did in 5 days. This wasn't a bill we did in a rush. This was a bill that was years in the making. I'll begin with that. This was a bill that we had a urban green working group that brought together labor, environmental organizations, the co-op board, REBNY. There were a grouping of stakeholders that came together to think about what this law could look like. There were hours of meetings with individual stakeholders on the council's part, from both staff and from the council member and council members ourselves. So this was something we took, it was painstakingly apparent to us that we had to do our best to get this right, to make sure that the law was aggressive but achievable. I consider myself somewhat intelligent. I know there are lots of people here who are a lot smarter than I am, but I don't know how to dress up a climate bill as a revenue bill, right? I don't know if I could do that. I was always focused on how do we get the buildings who were, as been previously testified to, the largest grouping of emissions in New York City. 35% of our overall emissions come from these just 50,000 buildings out of our 1.1 million building stock. 50,000 buildings accounting for 35% of our overall emissions. That we had to go where the emissions were. How are we going to get these buildings to hit their targets, to be the largest emissions reduction policy in not just New York City, but any city in the world? And we laid out a framework that we feel hit the mark. Now, there can be disagreement about that. And I've been wrong before and will be wrong again, as I am a human being. But I feel that we really worked very painstakingly to get this right. Now, when talking about what good faith means, we set up frameworks. I was very encouraged to hear what the commissioner was talking about today with having to go through the steps. Good faith to me means going through the process, looking at PACE financing, looking at the retrofit accelerator, looking to OBEAT to ensure that they had enough staff and that they're helping those who need it. And then looking at every possible state and federal opportunity for funding. And if all of those processes were exhausted, then good faith was met. And then there could be a reduction in fines or a reduction in a number, but only after an entity had gone through the full process and really made a good faith effort to get there. Without that good faith, it's only a promise. And as Councilmember Gennaro used to talk about, if we're not having I'd rather write a song about it than if we didn't have teeth. So the issues around fines was less about wanting someone's money, but then wanting their carbon, right? I didn't want anyone's money. Someone has heard me say this time and time again. We didn't write a revenue bill. We don't want your money. We want your carbon. So if the last resort was to find someone in order to force them to take action, to actually do the retrofits that we're going to create, as the Urban Green Council talked about, 50,000 green jobs in New York City. If we were going to get the emissions reduction that we need, that we were going to make air quality improved in New York City, and that we were going to create these 50,000 good jobs, that's what we wanted. We never wanted anyone's money. So when I look at 2024, as the commissioner talked about, many of the buildings are going to hit those targets. Again, because we set them as an aggressive plan, but achievable. And we should have the processes in place, the agencies in place to make sure that the other buildings hit their targets. That's what we set up for. That's what we planned on the entire time. So if there's any testimony today that's saying we rushed, or this was a process that was hastily done, or that this was somehow meant to take money out of people's pockets, none of those things are true. We did this for public health, to improve air quality. We did this to make sure we fight big picture climate change. And we did this to create jobs in a green sector that is going to continue to grow, and to make New York City and the leader at the time, and continuously make the New York City the leader on environmental legislation. So that was the intent that we always had. I apologize for not having any of this in writing. I really struggled as to whether or not I was going to come here today and testify. So I kind of made the decision this morning. But I know I have 72 hours in which to hand in testimony, and I will absolutely send in something on paper that sounds much more intelligent than my time here today. But I thank the council for indulging me, Chair Sanchez and Chair Gennaro, for letting me speak today. And I'm looking forward to seeing Local 197 implemented as written, and really getting to the heart of what we need to do as a city, which is reduce emissions from large buildings to, again, as I said before, make our air quality improved, fight big picture climate change, and create good paying jobs for the people of the city of New York in an industry that's only going to continue to grow, making New York City the leader on all three fronts.
Thank you, Casa, for being with us today, for making the last minute call to be here and to get the perspective that only you can really offer. And when we talk about the genesis of Local 197 and all the good things that it's going to do, we're here because of your good work and the people you partnered with, to get this done. And I think your statement speaks for itself. I wouldn't change a word of it. And I'm very grateful for what you've done, because we wouldn't be here if not for your great work. And we look forward to your, ongoing engagement in this process. You are, our leading voice on Local 97, of course. Being the author of it, you have passed the torch to us and to the administration, and we will not fail you. And that is my statement and my gratitude to you. I would ask Chair Sanchez if she has anything to add to that.
No, just echoing your own statements, Chair Gennaro. Thank you so much, Councilmember Constantinides. I was in the Office of City Legislative Affairs when this bill was aging, and it was very painful. It was one of the longest bills I've ever seen. That in the lead package. And so, this is, you should just be so proud. This is the most consequential bill that the council has passed in many years. And we're thankful for all of your work and advocacy on this. I do have one question for you, which is, thank you for your statements on intent and sort of legislative intent. Would you say today, hearing what you heard from the administration, that we are on track with the intent of the legislation, 3 years into this space?
I would say that I'm cautiously optimistic, right? We're still very early in the game. If this was a baseball game, we'd be maybe in the first or second inning, but knowing that we have to get to the end, I think that, again, that using the good faith provision is a last resort, right? That buildings have to go through the process of making sure that they can do everything they possibly can, and that it isn't done willy-nilly is so very important. I heard the commissioner say that over and over again. I am definitely cautiously optimistic about the possibilities of getting this law implemented on time and seeing this continue to be the largest emissions reduction policy ever written. So that is where I'm thinking right now, and hearing the testimony of the last 2 hours gave me hope. So I'm going to continue to seek that hope and know that it's in good hands with both Chair Gennaro and yourself, Chair Sanchez.
Thank you so much. Yeah, give us your carbon. Give us your carbon. I like that.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez, and Thank you, Costa, for everything you've done, for being my friend, for working with me back in the day, and you know the relationship continues. So God bless you and your family. Thank you for everything.
Thank you for having me today. It's my honor and my pleasure, and it's good to be able to come back and speak to the council. So thank you very much for having me today, Jim.
Anytime. And with that, Madam Moderator, if you could take us to the next witness, I'd be grateful for that.
Okay, I'm going to be calling witnesses 3 at a time, and I would like to welcome first Louise Young from the New York City Office of the Controller to testify, and she would be followed by Donna DeConstanza of the Regional Planning Association, and also followed by Susan Waltman of the Greater New York Hospital Association.
Start.
Hi, good morning, and thank you to Chairs Gennaro and Sanchez for the opportunity to testify. My name is Louise Young, the first Chief Climate Officer to serve at the Office of the Controller. As the city's Chief Accountability Officer, Controller Lander takes a long-term view in managing risks facing the city, including climate risks that threaten our physical, social, and financial future. This Local Law 97 represents an unprecedented opportunity to achieve a just transition by reducing emissions and creating tens of thousands of green jobs for New Yorkers. Controller Lander is proud to be an early supporter and co-sponsor of the bill, and we are grateful to the strong coalition of advocates who work tirelessly to demand climate action, to former Council Member Constantinides for his leadership, and the growing coalition of new council members for picking up the mantle. But this law will only be successful in achieving that bold climate action if we are successful in implementing it. And let's be clear, this is a massive undertaking. Effective implementation will require clear and timely rules and guidance for building owners, sufficient staff at DOB, support for owners who need assistance, especially affordable housing and cooperatives, and an appropriate mix of fines and incentives to ensure compliance, and lastly, strong oversight of the system as a whole. As a starting point, the city needs to promulgate clear rules so that all building owners understand exactly what they need to do to achieve compliance. We look forward to seeing a remapping approach that takes a more nuanced categorization of building types so that emission limits are more thoughtfully defined. We are also eager to have more clarity on the greenhouse gas coefficients needed to calculate building emissions, and hope the rules allow owners to consider rooftop solar installations, including community solar, as effective strategies for compliance. We want building owners covered by this law to be equipped with tools and resources to implement retrofits and achieve compliance. The team at DOB must be resourced with additional dedicated staff so the city is never the bottleneck in guidance or enforcement. The controller was disappointed that the administration did not include additional funding for Local Law 97 compliance in the DOB preliminary budget, but we were glad to see the council's response and hope that those positions are added in the mayor's executive budget next week. The city must also expand resources for any building owner.
Please continue.
Thank you. I'll be quick. The city must also expand sufficient resources so that any building owner seeking assistance can be served by technical experts, and that the city can provide the owners with a full suite of financial and technical assistance tools, from PACE financing to state incentives, and to meet their emissions targets. Where building owners refuse to comply, penalties will be necessary to address noncompliance. We should keep in mind the goal is 100% compliance and not fines for failure. And in those instances where fines are collected, those penalties should go towards retrofits for affordable housing. And we need to ramp up the city's own building stock retrofits to meet our own requirements for public buildings. After just a few short weeks working in the municipal building and my own time in other public buildings, I know we have a far way to go, and we hope to see significant funds in the upcoming capital budget, followed by efficient project delivery of those improvements across all 5 boroughs. Our bright spot here was Design Build Authority for DCAS in the state budget, so let's get busy putting that to good use. And finally, where strong oversight is necessary to make sure implementation is taking place with fidelity, that adjustments can be made as necessary, and that we stay on track to hit this ambitious target together, the Controller's Office looks forward to taking large part in oversight work. In addition to ensuring that the city's budget appropriately prioritizes funding commitments needed, we want to do regular auditing to make sure the process is functioning as intended and whether we are on pace to achieve our emissions reduction targets. We are committed to publicly tracking citywide progress to retrofit our public and private building stock through a new climate dashboard that we are releasing next week. We are optimistic about the leadership of council, the leadership of DEP Commissioner and Chief Climate Officer Agarwala and Acting DOP Commissioner Sarakis, and the abilities of their expert teams to uphold the requirements of the Local Law 97 as written. And we know the powerful coalition of advocates who mobilized to pass it will continue to be just as resolute in demanding full throttle implementation. And we appreciate Council's leadership in holding this timely hearing to strong oversight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Louise. We were very happy, to give you a little time over. Brad is a great colleague and a great climate warrior. So I'm, happy to give you some latitude, to give us, the full measure of his views. Thank you very much. And if there are no questions for Louise, we could go to our next witness. Thank you again, and please give us our best to Brad. Just give our best wishes to Brad. Madam Moderator.
Okay, the next witness is Shavantri Kekanel of.
I think you mean Donna, right? Donna is next, I thought.
Oh, Donna D. Constanza, yes.
Right.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairs Gennaro and Sanchez and members of the Committees on Environmental Protection and Housing and Buildings. My name is Donna DiCostanzo, and I'm Eastern Regional Director for the Climate and Clean Energy Program at the Natural Resources Defense Council. I'm also testifying today on behalf of the Regional Plan Association. We want to thank the Council and Administration for its leadership and its long-standing legacy of tackling climate change, reducing emissions from the building sector. With effective implementation, Local Law 97 will not only result in significant local benefits, but it also lays the groundwork for similarly ambitious actions by other cities around the country who are looking to the law as a model. We appreciate the very hard work of the administration and Commissioner Agarwal, DOB, and the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice to work towards implementing the law, including their work in the extensive advisory board process. To ensure the law's success, we believe it's critical that the following principles guide its implementation. Implementation should prioritize actual investments in buildings, ensuring ramped up energy efficiency and all the local jobs, cost savings, and air quality benefits that come with it, in addition to electrification. Compliance options should prioritize investments that benefit residents of affordable housing. Local Law 97 needs to achieve results beyond what is already required by the state pursuant to its renewables and clean electricity targets. Reasonable limitations should be placed on compliance through RECs as compliance should be focused on work happening in buildings. We believe that all of these principles would be achieved by the adoption of the compliance mechanism mentioned earlier by Commissioner Agarwal. We are strongly supportive of such a mechanism, which, while providing building owners with flexibility, would invest in affordable housing and deliver critical local health, economic, and environmental benefits. We would also like to highlight two other elements critical to Local Law 97's success. DOB must be provided with the capacity and resources it needs to effectively implement this law. And New York City's accelerator must be scaled up in both scope and depth to help guide.
Time expired.
Please continue and conclude, Donna. Please continue.
I'm actually finished. So just to help guide building owners through the Local Law 97 compliance process, we want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And we look forward to working with the Council and the administration on the law's successful implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. It gives me it gives me a moment of personal pride to cite the good work you did as counsel to the Committee on Environmental Protection all those years ago. When I was chair the last time, and we did so many good things, with you, guiding us and the committee along lines of excellence. And it's really great to see you, and thank you for your good testimony. Please give my best to the people at NRDC and RP.
I will. Thank you, Jim.
You bet.
The next witness is Shavantri Kekanel of NEJA.
Time starts now.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair Gennaro, Chair Sanchez, and members of the council. My name is Shravanti Kanekar, and I'm the Resiliency Planner for the New York City Environmental Justice Alliance. NEJA is a nonprofit citywide membership network linking grassroots organizations from low-income neighborhoods and communities of color in their struggle for environmental justice. The passage of Local Law 97 was a momentous step forward in aiming to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the city's largest emitting sources, buildings. With less than 2 years left until thousands of building owners need to meet the first compliance standards, NEJA urges the city to focus its efforts on equitably and aggressively implementing the law. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic and the following unemployment crisis and ongoing climate crisis, the successful implementation of Local Law 97 provides an incredible opportunity to create thousands of good green jobs, move us towards our climate goals, and directly invest in reducing harmful localized pollution levels in environmental justice communities. I'll only raise a couple of points in my testimony because I don't have much time, but we'll submit a more detailed written testimony. There's an urgent need for additional funding for increased staffing at DOB's Office of Building Energy and Emissions Performance. We remain extremely concerned that the office's current staff positions and funding are not consistent with the upcoming responsibilities, including driving outreach and education to building owners and eventually managing compliance and enforcement. OBEEP needs to expand outreach to all sectors and to ensure building owners are aware of the law, their compliance obligations, as well as resources available to them, such as accelerator and other funding opportunities. Energy efficiency will play a bigger life-saving role in environmental justice communities across the city. Decarbonizing buildings will be critical in reducing local air pollution from fossil fuel power plants and fossil gas infrastructure disproportionately located in environmental justice communities. I know I'm out of time, but I just have one more.
Please take a moment to conclude.
Thank you. Scientists tell us that we have just less than a decade to address the climate crisis. We must move forward with the implementation of Local Law 97 in a fair, equitable way to advance New York City's climate and economic recovery goals, to curb emissions, create environmental justice equity, and create good green jobs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much, Shravanti. We certainly appreciate having the perspective of the New York City Environmental Justice Alliance. We thank you for your testimony today, and please say hi to Eddie for us, okay?
I will. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and for all the witnesses, everyone, Samara, make sure everyone knows where they can send their full testimony to. There's a website or a link or whatever. So we look forward to getting your full testimony. We thank you for your views. Appreciate being here today.
The next witness will be Carlos Castel-Croak of the New York League of Conservation Voters.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Castel-Croak, and I am the Associate for New York City Programs at the New York League of Conservation Voters. NYLCV represents over 30,000 members in New York City, and we are committed to advancing a sustainability agenda that will make our people, our neighborhoods, and our economy healthier and more resilient. I'd like to thank Chairs Gennaro and Sanchez for the opportunity to testify today. We have ambitious goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the coming years. And if we want to truly tackle climate change in hopes of preventing further increases in disasters, superstorms, dangerous floods, and other growing climate hazards, we must be actively working towards these goals. In New York City, buildings account for 70% of the city's carbon emissions. And this is why we passed Local Law 97 in 2019, to directly combat the source of climate change inducing emissions. We are encouraged to hear from the Commissioner that the administration is committed to implementing Local Law 97 and to reduce emissions from buildings. With the first round of caps starting in less than 2 years, we must ensure that the city and building owners are prepared to have the resources to comply. As they said, establishing the rules for 2024 should be the top priority for the administration, and this should be completed as soon as possible. While there will be consequences for noncompliance, the primary purpose of this law is to reduce emissions, and therefore building owners must be given multiple tools to do so. We must ramp up programs like PACE to make sure retrofits are affordable and ensure that renewable energy is available by approving upstate Tier 4 projects. We're also very thankful that the Council included funding for more OBEEP staffing to help ensure smooth implementation of the law in their budget response. The Department of Buildings will need increased support in order to analyze and develop recommendations, finalize technical details of the rules, and educate building owners on the new regulations and available resources. This law is a critical step towards reducing emissions and combating climate change. We cannot afford any missteps or delays. With this law, we are setting an example for the rest of the world. Let's exemplify the strong leadership that New York City is known for. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos, very much. It's always great to hear from you, to work with you, and we appreciate the benefit of your views. Regarding the last witness, and that you both made reference to in the office within the buildings department, OBEEP. We certainly are hoping for good things in the budget, and if you don't hear good things in the budget, there will be turmoil. So we appreciate you drilling down on that, and thank you for being here today. And please give our best to Julie.
Thank you. The next witness will be Michael Yaki from Petro Pace Financing.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much, Chair Gennaro, Chair Sanchez. My name is Michael Yaki, Senior Vice President of Petro Pace Finance, a commercial PACE provider. And there were a couple of questions about the commercial PACE program, which was enabled by Local Law 96, which was a companion to Local Law 97. So I just wanted to say that, one, we are very proud to have been the first PACE financing in New York City and the largest ever done, $89 million from 111 Wall Street, doing exactly what it is what Local Law 97 wanted to do, which is to take larger buildings, this was the former Citibank headquarters, and retrofit it and bring it into compliance with the emission limits for the betterment of the city. We are a strong supporter of Local Law 97. We look forward to continuing our work. And I'd like to tell you that right now we have another project in the pipeline, that an application that has been submitted for a landmark building that a lot of you will be familiar with when it gets announced in the middle of the city. It's a historic building, one of the grand dames of the jazz age of New York City. I just wanted to add one point about how CPACE works with new construction too, because that was alluded to. And we're very, very pleased that the mayor's office withdrew the guidelines that were published to date and is committed to working with the industry on this. It's something that has the ability to, CPACE can help new buildings get to and exceed code, the codes that you're putting into effect, whether it's electrification, whether it's energy efficiency. And we're hoping that we will be able to work with the city to get guidelines that will work to ensure that PACE can be unleashed in that area too. And I want to thank Chair Gennaro for his leadership and his receptivity to working with us in the industry and the mayor's office as we go forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. It's been great to work with you. And as we talked about in the past, I mean, certainly we hear about PACE from the administration. If there's anything from your perspective, going forward that you want to bring to the direct attention to myself and my co-chair, you know me, you know how to reach me. Happy to engage on any matter regarding PACE where you think it needs our attention, and we appreciate the good work that you do in providing financing to get buildings Local Law 97 compliance, to get buildings Local Law 97 compliant, and we look forward to many good things that you and other people in the PACE finance world will bring to New York City. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Gennaro. The next witness is Brett Thomason of the Steamfitters Union.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Gennaro, for letting me speak with you today. My name is Brett Thomason. I am the political director of the Enterprise Association of Steamfitters, Local 638. Our union represents over 9,300 hardworking, highly skilled and trained men and women in the pipe trades working in New York City and Long Island. The work our construction and maintenance professionals do on building systems is going to be essential to ensuring that buildings maximize energy efficiency and modernize in order to meet the pollution cutting goals of Local Law 97. Our members have the knowledge and expertise to ensure that work is done correctly and efficiently, and the training our members have ensures that systems that will be built, replaced, and modernized are done to the highest possible standards. And our collectively bargained wages and benefits means that the people working those jobs will have access to family-sustaining middle-class careers. We think that if implemented properly, we think Local Law 97 could be an important source of jobs for our members for the next 3 decades. It's been encouraging to hear a number of people testifying to the importance, the economic development importance of this law, and we want to acknowledge that. However, one of the issues that's been pervasive in our industry has been the lack of oversight and enforcement from DOB and other city agencies that leads to low road job standards for employers, cost overruns, and poor installation on construction and retrofit projects. We want to echo the number of people that have already spoken today to urge the council to pay diligent attention to adequately staffing DOB and the competent experts at the Office of Building Energy and Emission Performance. Our industry relies on steady, thoughtful, and measured guidance that sends a clear market signal so that contractors and employers in the energy efficiency sector can plan and grow as New York builds out its clean energy economy. That's an economy that the steam fitters at Local 638 could be at the center of.
Please continue. Please continue.
Apologies. I'll wrap it up. Just to say that clean energy economy is one that we plan to be at the center of, so that we can provide more access and opportunities for New Yorkers to join the building trades and develop their careers. So I just want to close with saying that we are urging strict enforcement of the law, and investment is key for us, because we know when public dollars are funding these projects, they're more likely to go union and create good jobs. Thank you for the time, and apologies for the overrun.
Thank you, Brett. Always good to see you, work with you, and the good folks of Local 638. Please submit your testimony in full, and to the extent that you want to elaborate, to me directly or to Chair Sanchez from as Chair of the Committee on Housing and Buildings about some issues you're having with the buildings department, and them doing what they need to do regarding oversight, so that things proceed along lines of excellence. We're more than happy to go to bat for you. I'm long been close to 38. I'm happy to go to bat for you, but certainly I think I speak for my co-chair and saying that we'd be more than happy to take any issues you have with the buildings department, and make sure that you get what you're looking for, and they're doing what they need to do. So really appreciate you being here today, and please give my best wishes to all the leadership of 638.
Thank you.
You bet.
Absolutely. Just echoing that. Thank you, Chair Gennaro.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Bob Friedrich of Glen Oaks Village.
Time starts now.
Hello, my name is Bob Friedrich, and I am president of New York's largest garden apartment co-op, Glen Oaks Village, an affordable housing co-op made up of 3,000 working class families, city workers, and many seniors living in 134 buildings. Local Law 97 endangers that affordability. The New York City Council has imposed crippling financial costs and penalties on our families, your constituents. This is the greatest unfunded mandate and penalty ever imposed by the City Council on co-op residents. The Climate Mobilization Act requires us to undertake costly retrofitting of our heating and hot water systems, regardless of our ability to pay and regardless of need. We now know what those crushing costs and penalties will be, because we have spent $64,000 on a Local Law 97 mandated study of our heating plan. The devastating report shows that for us to be compliant with the law, we will need to spend $17 to $20 million, money we don't have on boilers we don't need. If we do not spend this money between 2024 and 2030, we will be assessed annual fines that will rise to $1,096,200 every single year. These fines are as unaffordable as a $20 million expenditure for boilers. To make matters worse, even if we spend $20 million on the most efficient boilers available today, our fines will not be fully mitigated. They will be reduced by $278,000, meaning we will still be fined $818,000 annually. That is because the one-size-fits-all algorithms used to determine greenhouse emissions doesn't work for many buildings. So what are the real costs to real families? Paying for this will require each family here $7,200, money they don't have. In addition, the fines that are not abated will require an additional 5% monthly increase in their maintenance. And that is in addition to the rising property taxes and other costs of operations.
Please conclude, Bob. Please conclude.
Okay, this is insanity, and loans only make it more costly. These are real numbers that will bankrupt our co-op and our families. Again, your constituents. They keep me and other board presidents up at night trying to figure out how we get you to understand the predicament. We urge you to exempt affordable co-op from this legislation, then reassess the decision in the future when more data is available and many co-ops would have begun the natural transition to newer boilers as they retire the older ones. If this is not done, we will see real devastation to our affordable co-op communities. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Bob. People should know that Bob and I, know each other a long time. I don't have the privilege of representing Glen Oaks Village, but Linda Lee does. And so, just a note to my own office staff that is listening. We should. Nabi, who I know is listening, we should set up a meeting with Councilman Lee, who represents Glen Oaks Village, and myself, and someone from the administration, and let's sit down with the good folks of Glen Oaks Village and come to an understanding. So that's what I'm willing to put on the table now, Bob, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Jim. I really appreciate it. I know you've really been helpful in this, and we look forward to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for giving the perspective of the good people of Glen Oaks Village, and bringing that to the table today. We do appreciate that. You've been a leader there for a long time, and you dedicated so much of your life to Glen Oaks Village, and that is a testament. They're lucky to have you be their advocate. So thank you, Bob, and we'll set up that meeting. Abby, make sure that happens. Okay, thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
If I could just add a question.
So of course. I'm sorry.
No problem, Chair. If I could just add a question. Well, first of all, echo Councilmember Gennaro's. Just thank you for sharing this perspective. It's really critical for us to hear and for us to debate and discuss, and of course assist you in any way that we can. How many units of housing are within the co-op?
Yeah, we have 3,000 families here. It's about 10,000 residents. We have 134 two-story buildings. We have 47 boiler rooms. So it's a big place, but these penalties are really crushing. And I really do look forward to speaking to you guys in the future to put real numbers on this. And by the way, we all want a clean environment. If you look at the background picture behind me, we have a lot of trees, a lot of open space, and we cherish the greenery and we cherish the open space. But we need to be able to afford this in a time frame that makes sense. That's the issue here. But we'll talk about that going forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you, Chair Sanchez, for your interest and concern.
The next witness will be Lonnie Porter of WEAC.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Gennaro and Chair Sanchez. I'm Lonnie J. Portis. I'm the Environmental Policy and Advocacy Coordinator here at We Act for Environmental Justice. I want to first take the opportunity to thank both Chair Gennaro and Chair Sanchez for holding what climate advocates feel is one of the most important hearings the council will hold this session. We Act is an organization based in Harlem and has been fighting environmental racism in the city, state, and federal levels for more than 30 years. We Act is testifying on the need to invest in the city's future by funding environmental and climate policies and programs. This council has the rare opportunity to make the budget as climate forward as possible, which will take bold, necessary investments. This year, we're fighting for funding to ensure that we make significant progress in implementing Local Law 97 equitably as written and creating thousands of good green jobs here in New York City. Given my time, I'll kind of get straight to the point here. I do acknowledge that the New York City Council's response to the fiscal 2023 preliminary budget and fiscal 2022 preliminary merits management report, the council asked for $450,000 for 6 additional OB positions for Local Law 97 implementation. And while this is great awareness of a clear need, there needs to be more positions dedicated to this work, given the number of buildings that will need to comply and the importance of meeting the law's mandates. In addition, the council should fund a major public education program through the NYC Accelerator to strengthen the public knowledge and awareness of the city's climate policies and the intersection of air pollution, health, and infrastructure. The most effective watchdogs are often the ones who are on the ground and closest to the work. Tenants should know and understand the requirements set forth by Local Law 97 and can act as on the ground enforcement to ensure that building owners meeting their requirements. This can only happen if public is aware of the responsibilities that the landlords and methods of recourse available for them. Additionally, educating the public on the intersection of climate, health, and infrastructure leads to more informed and conscious consumers who in turn can better stewards of the environment themselves. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm looking forward to working with Chair Gennaro and Chair Sanchez on Local Law 97 implementation, and thank you for your time.
Lonnie, always great to see you. Always great to talk to you. Please submit your testimony in full. And just a note to staff. The education piece that Lonnie speaks of, I think, is critically important. To the extent that you have detailed ideas about that, Lonnie, that We Act can share with my office and with Chair Sanchez and with the council central staff. We'll make sure that that gets woven into the fabric of how Local Law 97 gets rolled out. So we thank you for that key piece on the education and how critical that is to people who are on the ground. And you folks are on the ground, and any wisdom you could give us on the best way to do that would be greatly appreciated. And please say hi to Peggy for us, okay?
Will do.
Chair Sanchez, Chair Sanchez is backing me up in all this, and so thank you very much. And so look forward to seeing you again soon, Lonnie.
Thank you, Lonnie.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Ryan Alex Shapanka of Rebney.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chairs Gennaro and Sanchez and other members of the City Council who are still with us. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alex Shapanka. I'm the Assistant Vice President of Policy at Rebney. Rebney supports the Local Law 97's goal of decarbonizing the built environment and is eager to continue serving as the city's partner in achieving our shared climate goal, which is a carbon-free in New York City on the timetable adopted within the law. Since New York City's buildings collectively account for the majority of the city's carbon emissions, the built environment needs to make meaningful carbon reductions if we are to achieve a more sustainable and equitable city. To effectively do so, policymakers need to strengthen Local Law 97 by improving certain elements of the law to account for the unique circumstances of each property and enact practical solutions to ensure our carbon reduction targets are met. Those solutions, in no particular order, should include 1, an appropriate metric, 2, financial support to buildings to reduce emissions, 3, support for reduction of emissions from electricity and district steam, and 4, drive investments to improvements of buildings, not penalties. First, we need to improve the metric that better accounts for the building's different realities and normalizes factors including density, hours of operations, and the specific type of use within the building. The metric should appropriately balance the need to incentivize on-site energy reduction and use lower carbon energy inputs in building electrification. Second, the city needs to provide financial support to buildings to secure emissions reductions. The improvements that building owners will need to make properties to come into compliance with Local Law 97 caps come with a significant price tag we've heard earlier today. Unfortunately, the cost required to decarbonize these buildings is substantial and will cause substantial costs on residents, whether they're renters, owners, or co-op shareholders. A wide range of programs beyond what is offered today are going to be needed to help these buildings come into compliance and make those investments. Third, the city needs to support emissions reduction from electricity and district steam generation. Achieving the goals of Local Law 97 requires aggressive decarbonization of electricity within the 5 boroughs. The city has been a strong supporter of efforts to bring renewable power into the city from upstate renewables, Canadian hydropower, and offshore wind. Until New York City's
please summarize, Alex.
Sure. The other point is, until we have a decarbonized grid, we need to make sure that there are options, flexible options, including renewable energy credits to allow building owners to invest for Local Law 97 compliance, and also make sure they can support the infrastructure and renewable energy generation. And then again, there needs to be greater attention to district steam, which we believe is a key component to helping convert existing buildings to less carbon intensive energy sources over time. And then finally, penalties resulting from Local Law 97 are currently earmarked for the city's general fund with no obligation for funds to be used for support building decarbonization. We think this is a missed opportunity, and we agree with the city and others who espoused ideas earlier that there should be earmarking for owners to exceeding their caps for alternative compliance to make sure that that money is used to improve performance of market buildings with below market rate units.
Thank you, Alex. I think the commissioner's testimony, hit on some of the points that you made. Happy to have an ongoing conversation with you and all stakeholders. And I want to thank REBNY for its strong support of the Tier 4 project that are certainly critical. So and I think Ryan is going to be testifying later on today, or is he later on? I think he was scheduled.
I think he was scheduled to testify, but I think
he
might
was
be tied up.
Yes. Okay. So if he comes once when all the other groups have gone, because that's how we're doing it. So you're sort of taking his slot, but we'll all work it out. And so Ryan, thanks for being here and bringing us the benefit of REBNY's views. It's most appreciated.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Chris Halfnight of Urban Green Council.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chairs Gennaro and Sanchez and council members. It's nice to see you all. I'm Chris Halfnight, Director of Policy at Urban Green Council. We're an environmental nonprofit working to reduce carbon in New York City buildings. Urban Green thanks the council and staff for today's hearing and for continued focus on climate progress. And we support and greatly appreciate the very strong commitment we heard today from this administration to full and effective implementation of Local Law 97. That is crucial. We also appreciate the ongoing efforts of the administration's leadership here today and staff, including the excellent teams at DOB and MOCEJ. Successful implementation means ensuring the law remains ambitious, equitable, and practical, driving down carbon emissions through investments in New York City buildings that will also create new green jobs, save energy, and reduce pollution. We offer some detailed recommendations in our written testimony, many of which support the administration's points today, including 1, increase funding for implementation. DOB is doing a great job, but they need more staff and more money, as we've heard today, including for consultants to do modeling to inform requirements for future compliance periods. And we're grateful that the City Council included this focus and new funding in its budget response. Second, finalize details through rules for the first compliance period as soon as possible. The market needs certainty to plan and execute compliance action. Third, prioritize investments in New York City buildings. A variety of compliance options, including renewable energy credits, provides valuable flexibility, but reasonable limitations will help ensure the law drives on-site upgrades. 4, we strongly support adding a new compliance option with appropriate guardrails for building owners to pay into a fund for decarbonization in affordable housing, as we heard earlier today, instead of sending money to penalties. 5, increase outreach and support significantly, particularly for smaller buildings with fewer resources. And lastly, with just another second here, it's crucial the city continue to lead by example with work in public buildings to meet its own requirements under the law. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and we look forward to continuing our work with the council and the administration on successful implementation.
Thank you, Chris. Always great to see you, and I certainly appreciate the long partnership that Urban Green has, both with the council and with the administration. The work we recently did on the gas ban bill, and certainly appreciate your valuable insights. Please give us your comments in full, and they will certainly receive their due consideration. Again, great to see you.
Thank you, Chair.
Our next witness is Martha Sickles from the Association for Energy Affordability.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. My name is Martha Sickles. I'm speaking on behalf of the Association for Energy Affordability, a not-for-profit dedicated to achieving energy efficiency and transition to clean energy in new and existing buildings. Thank you, Committee Chair Sanchez and Gennaro, and committee members for holding this oversight hearing and the opportunity to testify. Thanks also to Chief Climate Officer Agarwal and his colleagues for comprehensive and enlightening testimony addressing some of our issues. Successful implementation of the CMA and Local Law 97 is essential to reduce carbon emissions and pollution while providing greater comfort and health to New Yorkers. Building retrofits and electrification will generate investment in thousands of good green career track jobs. It is important that there be that implementation strategies ensure an equitable and just energy transformation, inclusive of all neighborhoods, building types, racial and socioeconomic groups. We appreciate the commitment of this administration and the City Council to execute Local Law 97. We offer support and principles for effective and efficient implementation. Compliance paths should focus less on RECs, although it's an important method, and look for others. A new alternative compliance concept referenced by Commissioner Agarwal is creation of a new equitable building fund into which building owners could pay what would be funds that could be used to fund energy efficiency and clean energy upgrades in affordable housing. Adequate funding for all agencies contributing to Local Law 97, particularly the Office of Building Emissions, Energy and Emissions, that's tasked with the rulemaking and implementation of Local Law 97, requires additional staff for successful implementation beyond the good additional funding in the City Council budget response. We also hope for additional funding for DCAS, NYCHA, HPD, and EPA, and adequate funds for the city to lead by example in reaching emission targets in its buildings, fleets, and operations. Project funding and financing.
Time expired.
Please conclude.
Are important for building owners. We hope the city will leverage private capital enhanced by government supplements, as well as tax credits to fund the high cost of retrofits. And finally, outreach and education to engage owners, managers, and residents in building retrofit and energy use reduction should be coordinated with the state and utilities to optimize resources. The accelerators program should be reviewed for impact, and funding should be provided to local community-based organizations, especially disadvantaged communities, to ensure a most equitable energy transition. We're committed to supporting you and the effective implementation of Local Law 97. And thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I'll submit your testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Martha. Please do submit your full testimony. Always good to see you. Thank you for being here today, and happy to give you a little latitude to give us the benefit of your views, but please submit your full testimony. We will value that. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Samara, before you call the next witness, why don't you call the next 3 or 4 so people know that they're in the queue and they're coming up.
Okay. The next witness is Lucia Santa Cruz of the Urban Homesteading Assistance Board. She will be followed by Pete Sikora of New York Communities for Change and Jeff Rios of the American Council of Engineering Companies of New York.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucia Santa Cruz, and I'm here on behalf of UHAB, or the Urban Homesteading Assistance Board. For 47 years, UHAB has been creating, preserving, and supporting affordable resident-controlled housing. We work with low and moderate income residents in housing cooperatives known as HDFCs, as well as tenant associations, to build leadership, democratic participation, and community through cooperation. UHAB is part of the Climate Works for All campaign because HDFC's communities are on the front lines of the climate crisis, and most HDFC residents are disproportionately impacted by the legacies of redlining, disinvestment, and deteriorating buildings. And many HDFC's residents live in the areas of the city's most vulnerable, which are vulnerable to rising sea levels and increasing dangers of urban heat islands. We are calling on the city to invest more equitably and efficiently in affordable housing buildings that need retrofits in order not only to reach Local Law 97 goals, but also to maintain affordability and improve health and safety for underserved residents. We are grateful for the strides of the city that has made to already fund energy efficient and retrofit programs for affordable housing, but this progress still falls short. Many of the buildings that we work with encounter roadblocks while trying to carry out large energy efficiency projects, as there is a lack of funding for structural repairs, which are part of the preparation process for clean heat and solar readiness. Many HDFCs are committed to beneficial electrification and to getting solar energy, but are stalled due to high upfront costs of structural repairs, like roof repairs, which are not funded by the programs offered by the city and utilities. We therefore call for a reevaluation of funding to include structural measures that will help buildings prepare for electrification and to install sustainable systems, bearing in mind that the structural issues in these buildings come from historical disinvestment and redlining. Residents and owners.
Please conclude.
Yes.
We welcome your remarks. Please conclude.
Residents and owners of affordable housing cannot be left behind in this fight, as they are the ones in the front lines for climate change, and they can be a guide to a more just transition and a more sustainable New York City. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. Always nice to see you. Thank you for being with us today. We would certainly appreciate you getting your remarks in full. We look forward to getting that, and thank you for being with us, and give our best to the Urban Homesteading Assistance Board. Appreciate that.
We have the next witness. That's supposed to be Pete Sikora.
Time starts now.
Thanks so much. Pete Sikora here with New York Communities for Change. I'm on the advisory council. Thanks for allowing us to testify. This is our written testimony, and we'll submit more, but I think we just heard very, very clearly from the real estate lobby what they are trying to do. They call for investments, not penalties. And that's the key thing here to keep in mind, that this law will not succeed unless the assessed penalties are actually imposed on building owners who refuse to clean up their dirty buildings. Let's be very clear here. The 2024 to 2029 limits cover the very most high polluters in the city. These are per square foot, the most polluting buildings in the city, and they're actually take a haircut to get down to a not super polluting level. If you talk to experts across the industry, you know that those limits are reasonable and fair. And so this mud that the administration, this cloud of doubt that the administration is casting through its spokespeople, and unfortunately in recent testimony just now, on what needs to be done on penalties and what is good faith effort, is actually having a real harm, because scuttlebutt in the industry is that there are building owners who believe that they are going to be able to evade the requirements of this law because penalties will not be imposed, and therefore they are not undertaking the work to reduce pollution and create jobs that they should be doing. And that's a real harm, because not only does that hurt everyone, but in the long run, it makes the problem so much worse. Most buildings under these requirements can save money and improve their buildings over time, over and above the costs of financing. And so we urge the council to continue its oversight. And you could see the administration starting to move as council members press them on the penalties. That's critical. Some good things. We heard.
Pete, please continue your remarks in full.
Okay, thanks so much, Jim. I'll conclude quickly. Thank you, council member. So the good is that the administration realizes that their preliminary budget of flatlining staffing in the office was a mistake. And the council, to its credit, has increased that funding by 6 staffing lines in its budget. Along with others, we call for 10 to 15. We're glad they're ruling out carbon trading. That doesn't seem practical. Alternative compliance cannot become a loophole. That's another thing to watch and look out for. They need to do proper rulemaking and get it done in the next year, and they should cap RECs so that we get more jobs and pollution reductions locally. Finally, the city needs to spend orders of magnitude more money on its own buildings, in particular NYCHA, which has a gigantic capital deficit that needs to be repaired in order to help residents and also comply with local law 97 requirements. So we really thank the chairs for doing this, and would encourage you to hold another hearing to explore these issues in more depth within the year, because this is just gigantic. It's the biggest thing that the council has done. It's the most important climate and jobs law at a local level in the entire world. It has to succeed or we are cooked, and we can create tens of thousands of jobs doing it. So in conclusion, don't listen to the real estate industry. The administration should be clear and move forward properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Pete, always great to engage with you and your good organization. Your point well taken regarding NYCHA. Regarding the. I think the commissioner was pretty clear in indicating and driving down that this is not going to become a loophole, but let's all be vigilant, I think, is what you want us to take away from that.
Very
So
well taken.
yeah, so sometimes there's a long way between the creed and the deed, and it's our job, and it's my job, and also Commissioner Sanchez, Chair Sanchez, to fully implement the law along lines of excellence. And we know that we always have an ally in you to make sure that we got the pedal to the metal. So
That's
thank you
really
very much.
appreciated. Thank you. And I'll just say the key question here that they're not answering is, what is good faith effort in the context when a good faith effort means that in fact you comply. So let's not make that a loophole. Let's be clear. Let's not talk about relaxing penalties. Let's talk about enforcing a reasonable law. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Pete. I appreciate you being with us today, as always. Okay. Thank you.
And if I can.
Oh, yes. My co-chair, of course.
No problem. Thank you, Council Member. Pete, I understand that you are on the advisory board, and so two questions for you. One, when I asked the commissioner about the way that the advisory board was influencing or advising into the rulemaking processes that the agencies are taking, will be taking or are underway, they said, the advisory board is providing recommendations. And so the first question is, how you feel that process is going, and do you feel that the advisory board is able to have your voices heard in that process? And then the second question is regarding the carbon trading study that is required in local law 97. Has this work commenced to your knowledge? Have you been engaged in its development, and do you have any concerns about the carbon trading study?
I really appreciate that, Chair Sanchez. The advisory council is deeply, deeply involved with the Department of Buildings and the reverse. It's a very close partnership where there are working groups addressing very specific, detailed, complex regulatory questions Gina Bokra and her team of people have been working really closely. And it's so impressive how professional they are and how knowledgeable and effective. So that process is going forward. There's a tension, I'll just say, between the real estate industry wanting immediate answers and actually doing a thorough and competent job. So let's get this right. The 2024 requirements are quick, but they're pretty clear. The 2030 requirements, let's get it right. So to answer your question, the Advisory Council is given a lot of visibility and appropriately consulted. But as the Commissioner pointed out, it's just advice in the end. It's their decisions. And that's where we're worried that there's going to be political interference to weaken the penalties and weaken rulemakings and processes. So we continue to be worried about that. So to take your second question, and thank you again, on the carbon trading study, the city did a carbon trading study. And I think all of us walked away with the sense that that's extraordinarily complicated. And in order to do something that would actually be valuable and would not hurt low-income communities of color and would not unduly reward landlords in an inappropriate way is really, really complicated. There's a long history of failure of carbon trading and cap and trade schemes. So it's very encouraging to hear the administration frankly acknowledge that and effectively take it off the table, at least in the near term, for carbon trading. They're making a good decision there.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Please call me anytime. No worries. Okay.
Thanks so much.
Okay, you bet. You bet. Samara.
The next witness is Jeff Rios of the American Council of Engineering Companies.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Gennaro and Chair Sanchez. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff Rios with AKF Group and representing ACEC, American Council of Engineering Companies. I serve as Vice Chair of the Energy Code Committee for that group. ACEC represents almost 300 firms throughout the New York City and New York State area whose members provide designs and plans for the building's mechanical, electrical, plumbing, structural infrastructure systems that help make Local Law 97 feasible. ACEC has been strongly committed to Local Law 97 and supportive of it since its inception as an intro in 1253. We've provided comment and testimony throughout and are happy to provide technical comment as helpful. Members of our groups serve on both the advisory board and working groups, and we are appreciative of and thankful for the work that's been done to date. I think I'm going to paraphrase my points quickly here so as to not run over time, but we do have written testimony we will submit. And our points are largely echoing points that have been discussed a number of times today. I think the first of which is we want to echo the support that is needed for dedicated resources within the DOB to make sure that the law is successful. This is both related to the rulemaking that must be done. There is a report due within a year that will set forth specific requirements that will help make designers and owners know exactly what they need to do to make Local Law 97 feasible and how to achieve it. That is something that DOB does need resources to help act on, as well as logistics going forward to make sure that enforcement is done and successful. And the second point of which was brought up a number of times earlier is around the occupancy classifications or the building the occupancy groups within DOB, which is how the limits are set currently. Just utilizing building occupancy groupings, ACEC feels that this is inappropriate and does not represent or allow for nuances related to usage types, occupant density, schedules, and other factors. So we recommend. Thank you, Chair General. Yes. And so just to conclude, we do recommend utilizing Energy Star classifications for the buildings, as this is both a nationally recognized standard as well as what is utilized by the New York City benchmarking bill currently, and allows for some more nuance to those other factors as mentioned. And that is all. That's my conclusion.
Jeff, thank you. It's always good to engage with the American Council of Engineering Companies and all of the expertise you bring to the table. Please submit us, your testimony in full, and that'll be most helpful. We really appreciate you waiting all this time to testify to give us the benefit of your good views.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next witness is Warren Schreiber, and he's going to be followed by Summer Sandoval from Uprose and Hannah Birnbaum from the Sierra Club.
Yeah, I'll just mention that Warren is, he doesn't have his affiliation here, but I know Warren. He's going to be representing the Bay Terrace Co-op, so in terms of his affiliation. There you have it. Warren, please continue.
Okay, thank you very much. Chairperson Gennaro and Sanchez, thank you for the opportunity to testify about Local Law 97. My name is Warren Schreiber, and I am the co-president of the President's Co-op and Condo Council. I am also president of Bay Terrace Gardens Cooperative Section 1, a 200-unit garden apartment property in Northeast Queens. As president of my co-op, how to pay for Local Law 97 keeps me awake at night. Bay Terrace Gardens is home to working-class, middle-income residents, including senior citizens and others on fixed incomes, empty nesters, young families, and single parents. Some of our shareholders struggle to meet their maintenance payments and other expenses. As an example of compliance, converting to heat pumps will cost $2.5 to $3 million, which do not include finance charges. This expense will result in a 25 to 30% monthly maintenance increase of approximately $60 to $80. Other retrofits or replacements of a heating or electric plant will be as or more expensive. Shareholders who have lived here for 20, 30, 40, and 50 years will have to leave Bay Terrace Gardens to find more affordable housing. I am not a climate denier. Climate change is an existential threat to our planet. I want to leave my granddaughter a healthy world, but she will also need affordable housing. The financial burdens of Local Law 97 should not fall entirely on the shoulders of co-op owners. I hope you will consider the following suggestions for Local Law 97. Local Law 97 should have a carve-out for garden apartment properties that sit on sizable green space campuses and are more energy efficient than 1 and 2 family homes, which are exempt. Number 2, a tax abatement similar to the J51 program, but with a 7-year
Time expired.
payout should be available.
Warren, please continue. Warren, please continue.
Thank you, Chairman. A 7-year payout should be a tax abatement similar to the J51 program, but with a 7-year payout should be available to assist co-ops and condos pay for energy upgrades. And number 3, in place of draconian penalties, Local Law 97 should include common sense incentives to encourage properties to reduce greenhouse emissions. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Chairman Gennaro. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. We've known each other for many years. I don't have the privilege of representing Bay Terrace, but anything that you mentioned that would lead Local Law 97 to be re-legislated, there's no appetite, on the part of the council or on the part of the administration to re-legislate Local Law 97 to open that up, to give it a haircut or like put it through the car wash. The law is written, it's passed, it's done, it's here. But what you're talking about with regard to assistance and other kinds of incentives that we can do, you and Bob are the type of co-op leader that we really should be listening to figure out how we all get through this. So what we'll do for Warren, this is a note to Nabi that who represents Bay Terrace? Is it Vicky?
Yes, Councilmember Palladino.
Okay, and so Nabi, we should get together with Warren and Vicky and representatives of the administration and figure out how these are good folks that want to help in doing everything they can, and we have to figure out how to get them help. Beyond that, like we'll take it up at the meeting, but we really appreciate you being here today, Warren, giving us the benefit of your views. And I know you speak for many co-ops that are trying to do everything they can to comply. And as I'm sitting here, I'm getting text messages from people that I know in co-op communities. So even though there is no appetite to re-legislate local law 97, we can provide the best help we can, and so that's what we'll do. So thank you very much, Warren.
Okay, thank you, council member. I appreciate that. And
call me Jim. We've known each other too long. You call me council.
Jim, it's good to see you. And it's good to have you back chairing the committee. Thank you.
I think I feel the same. I think thank you, Warren. Appreciate that.
The next witness is Summer Sandoval of Uprose.
Time starts now.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony today. My name is Sharon Rincon. I'm the Climate Justice Organizer at Uprose, and I'm here on behalf of Summer Sandoval. Uprose is located in Sunset Park, and it's Brooklyn's oldest Latino community-based organization working at the intersection of racial justice and climate change. The passage of the Climate Mobilization Act in 2019 was a precedent-setting commitment to climate action and bold progress to reduce New York City's greenhouse gas emissions. This year, we're here again to call for adequate funding to ensure that LL 97 implementation is grounded in equity and climate justice to prioritize and directly support disadvantaged communities across the city and create thousands of accessible, well-paying local green jobs. Local Law 97 must be fully funded under the city's 2023 budget. We urge the city to include adequate funding in the 2023 budget in order to ensure equitable implementation, prioritizing disadvantaged communities. In order to operationalize a true just transition, LL 97 must support green reindustrialization of our significant marine industrial areas. We need to protect and support industrial and manufacturing buildings and businesses. The city must utilize a comprehensive framework that provides necessary investments, TA, and resources to help these buildings meet LL 97 emission reduction goals while developing our city's ability to produce and manufacture locally for resilient local supply chains. Local Law 97 must prioritize funding and technical assistance for low-income building owners. In environmental justice communities like Sunset Park, there are low-income buildings that include community facilities, residential buildings who offer affordable rents for longtime residents, and industrial businesses who are all constantly fighting the pressures of gentrification and displacement. LL 97 must ensure that there are sufficient resources to ensure that low-income building owners and buildings that serve low-income residents are not burdened with high costs in order to meet emission benchmarks. And I see that I'm running out of time, so I'll submit the full testimony, and I would like to thank the New York City Council for holding this hearing and for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for being here on behalf of Uprose. Now, I know you're testifying in place of Summer, but what's your name? I didn't catch it.
My name is Sharon Rincon. I'm the Climate Justice Organizer at Uprose.
Well, very good to meet you and to know you. And as you said, please send us your full testimony, and please give our best regards to Elizabeth. She's still heading Uprose, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So please give Elizabeth our best. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Hannah Birnbaum from the Sierra Club.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Gennaro and Chair Sanchez. I'm the Northeast Deputy Director for the Sierra Club's energy campaigns, and I'm testifying today on behalf of our nearly 120,000 members and supporters in New York City. We appreciate the City Council's strong track record of work on decarbonizing our building stock. Passing the Climate Mobilization Act was an essential step towards reducing our dependence on fossil fuels, cleaning up our air, and protecting our health. Now we respectfully urge New York City to deliver on Local Law 97's promise by fully resourcing implementation and ensuring that environmental justice communities benefit. OBEAT needs an infusion of funding in the 2023 budget so that it can successfully implement Local Law 97. As others have stated, there are still many technical details and rules that need to be finalized with enough time for building owners to meet the law's first compliance deadline in 2024. OBEEP also needs resources for widespread outreach to building owners to help them understand their new obligations and what financial assistance is available. We're grateful that the council included increased funding for OBEEP in its budget response, and we asked all of the stakeholders in the budget process to ensure that sufficient resources for OBEEP to staff up and meet implementation needs are carried forward into the final budget for the coming year. We also believe that New York City must guarantee that Local Law 97 benefits the people who are most impacted by pollution and climate change. The city should do all it can within the structure of the law to ensure that the final implementation plan for Local Law 97 requires buildings that are a key source of pollution in environmental justice communities to meaningfully reduce their emissions. On a related note, we are glad to hear that the administration is likely not pursuing the carbon trading scheme that the law contemplates and that has raised significant concern in environmental justice communities. We also urge the city to develop a clear plan for directing financial and technical support for compliance with Local Law 97 to the communities most impacted by energy burden and most in need of assistance to make the transition to a carbon-free building stock. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your work to make sure Local Law 97 is implemented effectively and equitably.
Thank you very much, Hannah. The council very much values the input of the Sierra Club. We would ask that you submit your full testimony, and we really appreciate your presence here today. Thank you so much.
Great. And if I could add, Hannah, just a quick follow-up. First of all, good to see you. Second of all, do you have a number of staff that you think OBEEP needs?
Let me follow up with the folks internally who are the experts on that and get back to you.
All right, no problem. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Our next witness is Justin Wood of New York Lawyers for the Public Interest.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. Sorry, trying to unmute. My name is Justin Wood, and I'm the Director of Policy at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. Thank you so much, Chair Sanchez and Chair Gennaro, for the opportunity to testify on Local Law 97 implementation, which we've heard so much about today, is a landmark building emissions and efficiency law. I want to focus on a topic that hasn't gotten too much airtime today, which is also the link between building efficiency and greenhouse gas emissions reductions and the city's peaker plans. New York Lawyers for the Public Interest is a proud member of the PEAK Coalition, which also includes our allies at UPROSE, the Point CDC, New York City Environmental Justice Alliance, and Clean Energy Group. And we're a coalition of frontline community organizations and clean energy advocates seeking to end the longstanding pollution burden from the power plants on the city's most climate vulnerable people. As you know, our electric grid overall in New York City remains heavily dependent on fossil fuel combustion. About 70% of the electricity in our zone, Zone J, is produced by combustion. And as on especially hot summer days, and increasingly as buildings electrify on cold winter days, this electricity production becomes even more dirtier and expensive as peaker plants fire up. These are the oldest, least efficient, and most expensive plants. They can be up to 1,300% of the price of the New York State average per kilowatt hour. They've amassed a cumulative $4.5 billion in capacity payments just to keep these plants online over the past decade. And they have an outsized burden on environmental justice communities, as does so much other fossil fuel combustion. So I'll skip over some of the details. I'm going to submit written testimony that cites the PEAK Coalition's reports on.
Time expired.
Please summarize. Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, let me just get to a couple of the recommendations. Thank you so much. We'd really like to see to effectuate the retirement of peaker plants and their replacement with renewable distributed energy and storage solutions, as well as the Tier 4 transmission solutions we've heard about today. We'd really like to see Local Law 97 implementation also incentivize and promote the development of express local renewable energy and storage resources like rooftop solar and battery. as well as bringing offshore wind into New York City. Secondly, we'd like to see strong incentives with the implementation to help reduce peak energy demand during afternoon and evening hours when peakers are often called upon and start emitting disproportionate pollution. We've seen really promising studies that as buildings electrify, peak demand can be smoothed out and shifted. And I'll cite those in my written submission. And then finally, there's really only a small percentage of customers in the New York ISO and Con Edison who are currently participating in quote unquote demand response programs, which are really designed to get incentivize customers to reduce demand during peak hours by shifting their electricity use, for example. And we'd really like to see strong incentives, including in Local Law 97 implementation and cooperation with the utilities to get far more, this accessible to far more New Yorkers, with an emphasis on the communities that have disproportionate clusters of peaker plants. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Justin. Your testimony went a little outside the lines of the scope of the hearing, but I thought it was important to get on the record. I was happy to grant you that latitude, and we look forward to your full comments because all your points were very important, even though they're a little outside the lines, but it's okay. Sometimes we go outside the lines for good points in which you were making. So thank you very much, and give us the benefit of the written testimony, and we'll do our best to fold that into how we go forward. That.
Now I would like to call Natasha Elder of NYPIRG, Georgie Page of 350 Brooklyn, and Eric E. Weltman of Food and Water Watch.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is actually Megan Ahern. I'm filling in for Natasha, who unfortunately could not be here today. I'm the program director for NYPIRG and wanted to thank committee chairs Gennaro and Sanchez for the opportunity to testify in support of Local Law 97. NYPIRG works with college students at campuses across New York, including 10 here in New York City, and generational climate justice is an issue that's front and center for the students we work with. Today's college students are seeing more severe storms and flash floods. They're reading dire climate reports from the UN's IPCC and grappling with what their future will look like. But there's hope too. Local Law 97 is one of the best tools New York City has on the books to combat the climate crisis and needs to remain strong and fully implemented. Along with a robust coalition of organizations and community members, we are concerned that the law not be weakened by removing or reducing penalties or otherwise delaying implementation. We're concerned, firstly, that the mayor's executive budget does not provide adequate funding for OBEEP. As the office's responsibilities grow, shortchanging the office sets the table for unnecessary hiccups and holdups, and it would be a totally avoidable own goal to not invest in OBEEP. We want to thank the City Council's response to the executive budget and encourage the council to fight for an adopted budget with at least the plans for 6 additional staff members that were included. Secondly, the pollution cap set by the law for 2024, are purposefully high. Only the most polluting buildings exceed them, and many can dip below the pollution limits by making easy, low-cost improvements. Some buildings are eligible for waivers, and others all have access to the resources from the city on compliance. Each of these items leans on sufficient outreach and
Time expired.
Please summarize. Thank you.
I'll wrap up. From the great staff and hopefully growing staff of OBEEP, thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Megan, for pinch hitting for Natasha. Sometimes the boss has to come in and do all the work, and we really appreciate the long partnership that that we have with NYPIRG, and we look forward to receiving your testimony in full. Your points about OBEEP are well taken. I'm optimistic that the executive budget is going to bring us good news on that front. But please send us your full testimony, and it's great to have you with us today and for waiting all this time.
Thanks so much, will do.
You bet.
Thank you. Our next witness is Georgie Page of 350brooklyn.org.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Georgie Page, and I'm a senior organizer for 350 Brooklyn City Action Committee. We are an environmental organization with thousands of members in Brooklyn that works locally to counter the global climate crisis. Thank you, Chairs Gennaro and Sanchez, for convening this very important oversight hearing today so that together we can ensure that Mayor Adams' policies, and more specifically the adopted budget, reflect the law we passed and helps us to meet our critical emissions targets. You all seem like very nice people, but I'm here today in part because I once worked closely with real estate companies as an employee of a design firm. I was tasked with screening developers from all over the world who wanted to work with our firm. This role was actually kind of fun until a developer wouldn't take no for an answer and actually threatened us with the fabrication of a negative review of our firm by an esteemed architecture critic, unless we would take a meeting with them. So let's be real. This is largely the culture that we're talking about, a group of people who are used to controlling lives, laws, and compliance to serve their bottom line, but who we cannot simply trust to do the right thing. Therefore, we must do the right thing. We cannot afford to let anyone off the hook. Building owners must meet the critical targets that have been so thoughtfully established. We don't have the option of letting them increase global warming and possibly ending the planet when we have provided ample resources. As a reminder, we are working backwards from climate collapse, extreme weather events, wildfires, and tornadoes that are devastating entire towns and communities. So I am deeply concerned about the lack of seriousness, yes, seriousness, that the Adams administration, via its draft budget, seems to be showing about the implementation and enforcement of Local Law 97 and the concomitant lack of transparency about staffing, data that we need during this budget season. They seem to think that reducing staffing in the most critical offices and pandering to the real estate industry with easily circumvented penalties will help us keep our title as the city of dreams. It will not. With rates of asthma that are twice the national average and what seems like a building explosion.
Please continue. Please continue.
And what seems like a building explosion or catastrophic fire every year, we are becoming the city of nightmares. And these nightmares are the most real for the most vulnerable. Frontline communities and recent immigrants are tired, are poor, are huddled masses yearning to breathe free. People are dying. They are not just numbers in a spreadsheet or data points. And while they may not be your niece or nephew or your auntie, their lives matter. Their ability to achieve in school and reach their goals matter, especially in a city like New York. Mayor Adams should take note. Voters in the state, at least, do seem to be taking global warming seriously. On November 2nd, 2021, we approved a constitutional amendment making clean air, water, and a healthful environment a human right. We are here today to protect that right, but we really shouldn't have to. Local 97 is law, and our right to clean air is now a part of the state's constitution. So why was this hearing necessary? It seems that building owners have a hard time accepting imminent global warming and climate collapse as motivation. It's just way too big and abstract. We as a city need to demand that developers accept the big picture, as indeed the Empire State Building did some 10 years ago. By implementing some simple solutions, such as adding a film to its windows, this iconic building, symbol of New York City's aspiration, has reduced its energy usage by 40% and saved $4 million per year.
Please conclude.
Defraying the cost implementation, and at this point, making additional profits. So while I appreciate the tolerance and patience for building owners who, for their own reasons, do not meet the targets, we need to focus more of our sympathy on people with no resources, not just folks with every resource. We need to build on case studies like the Empire State Building and begin to walk the talk of our landmark legislation. So I do have a few questions that I will
we don't answer questions. We hear testimony, and we look forward to receiving your comments in full and any questions that you want to address to me and my co-chair and to the staff of the council. I have to be fair to everyone. I can't give everybody 5 minutes.
Can I make one more point?
Please.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to reiterate what everyone has said about a full accounting. We need to know how much money has been spent to date and where. And we need to know what's being done in terms of active education and outreach to building owners. We need to know how to ask for what staffing we need. We're not even getting the data to ask those questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for representing the views of 350 Brooklyn. All of your points were very poignant and well taken. Certainly not lost on me or my co-chair. And the reason that me and my co-chair, or that I and my co-chair, put this hearing together is because we want to make sure that we hold the Adams administration's feet to the fire. And so that's the purpose of this hearing, and to bring people like you forward so that the people in the administration who are listening right now hear every word that you have to say. And so this is what you've accomplished today. We appreciate you being here, and always great to engage with 350 Brooklyn. And so thank you, George.
Now I would like to call Eric E. Waltman of the Food and Water Watch.
Time starts now.
It's Eric Weltman. I'm a Brooklyn-based senior organizer with Food and Water Watch. Food and Water Watch joins New York Communities for Change, We Act for Environmental Justice, and other allies in calling for Mayor Adams and the City Council to effectively and fully fund and enforce Local Law 97, and that includes leveling the penalties. Local Law 97 is bold and ambitious, groundbreaking and visionary, and it is also practical, realistic, and doable, and perhaps most importantly, it is necessary. The report issued last week by the UN made it clear that it's now or never to prevent global climate catastrophe. Policies like Local Law 97, as well as the Gas-Free NYC law, which bans frack gas and other fossil fuels in new buildings, must be more widely adopted. And here in New York, we must reject any and all attempts by the real estate industry to gut the law, that is, to weaken and delay its implementation administratively. Because, folks, when it comes to climate change, delay equals death. Mayor Adams cannot undermine or weaken the law in any way by eliminating, reducing, or delaying penalties for noncompliance. And the council must do everything within its authority to ensure that the law is effectively enforced, including by providing the funding for sufficient staff. Folks, Local Law 97 is a win-win-win for New York City. It reduces deadly air pollution that kills about 1,000 New Yorkers every year. It creates thousands of good green jobs, and it strikes a blow against the fossil fuel industry, reducing our reliance on frack gas and other fossil fuels that are driving the climate crisis. For the sake of our families, our neighborhoods, our city's future, we urge you to ensure that Local Law 97 achieves what it can do, what it must do to help move New York off fossil fuels without any delay. I would like to thank the chairs. I would also like to thank the council staff, without which we couldn't achieve so much, including Samara. There you are. It's great to see you. You've been doing so much amazing work for so many years, and we're very grateful to you.
Thank you, Eric. I certainly always appreciate any engagement with Food and Water Watch. Particularly when you, compliment the staff and recognize the good service that they provide. And so we really appreciate you waiting all this time to give us the benefit.
We wouldn't be here without them.
I know. Okay. Samara, please make a note that I should call the speaker and ask for a raise. Okay. And so let me make that call. Okay. Thank you, Eric. We really appreciate being with us today.
Our next guest is Shreev Soin of Triage. He's going to be followed by Carolina Gomez and Richard Lipsky.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilman Gennaro, Chairwoman Sanchez, and members of the Environmental Protection, Housing and Buildings Committee. My name is Shiv Soin, and I serve as the Executive Director of Triage, which is a youth organization fighting for climate justice in New York City. I speak on behalf of hundreds of our members, all of whom are high school and college students within the 5 boroughs of New York City, to strongly state their support for immediate implementation of Local Law 97, the most important municipal law combating climate change in this country and in this world. I want to take this opportunity to highlight 2 key components that are fundamental to this implementation. First, along with many council members throughout today's hearing, we are deeply concerned with the good faith effort standard touted by the Adams administration. This standard is unclear on what these efforts would include, if it's relative depending on resources, and most importantly, based on the language that it is right now, this can be a loophole that will potentially be exploited by the largest developers and builders in this country. It is quite frankly, we don't want to be looking forward a few years later and looking at the standard as what went wrong in the implementation of Local Law 97. And I strongly implore this council to continue pushing and create clear, equitable standards and ensure that our largest buildings will not escape this important work. We need to enforce this law using strong penalties and not allow polluters to get away with a free pass to escape pollution. Second, we are also concerned that the DOB still does not have the necessary staff for the implementation of this law. Mayor Adams' initial budget left the department toothless, but we would like to commend the council for advocating for 6 additional staffers, yet that is not enough. Our colleagues at New York Communities for Change, Food and Water Watch continue to estimate that we need about 10 to 15 staffers in order to actually implement this law. And I strongly encourage the committees to advocate for this change within the budget. To be clear, without proper staffing, this bill cannot be implemented properly. And we need to do everything that we can in order to make sure that Local Law 97 is successful, not only for our residents of New York City, but for generations to come ahead and for the rest of our planet to set this example. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiv. We certainly appreciate you and the army of young people, young, engaged, motivated people who are looking out for their own futures, quite frankly. And we certainly do appreciate your active participation. We look forward to getting your full testimony. And it's good to be now formally acquainted with the good work of Triage. So we look forward to getting your full testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Carolina Gomez from Align.
Time starts now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. Chair Sanchez and Chair Gennaro. My name is Carolina, and I am a campaign coordinator at Align, the Alliance for Greater New York. Align is a longstanding alliance of labor and community organizations united for a just and sustainable New York. Align co-coordinates the Climate Works for All Coalition, a citywide partnership in order to do labor and environmental justice, faith, and environmental groups united to ensure that efforts addressing climate change and also create good career track jobs and prioritize low-income and climate vulnerable New Yorkers. Last year, our coalition released our Greenhouse Schools report and action plan that outlines why the city should prioritize investment for deep retrofits in schools to address the immediate public health, economic, and climate crises environmental justice communities continue to face. As a city, and as you all know, as we've been talking about all day, we've already committed to reduce emissions from New York City's biggest buildings through Local Law 97. This work needs to happen, and public buildings can set an example, and why not start with public schools? Climate is a personal issue, and it won't wait for us. As a Queens native and a product of the New York City public school system, this is an incredibly important issue to me and to my family. This is why I do this work, to build a more sustainable New York for myself, my community, and the people that will come after me. Reducing the city's greenhouse gas emissions while improving air quality for environmental communities can have consequential positive health outcomes and can save lives. Clinical research links long-term exposure to air pollution with high COVID mortality rates. Deep retrofits, especially the installation of HVAC and air control systems, are an immediate mitigation tactic that provides long-term solutions to health and daily life. Now is the time to invest in these long-term strategies. New York City public schools are among the biggest public climate polluters and account for 1/4 of all city-owned buildings. Further, our coalition estimates conducting deep retrofits will yield at least 50% in energy saving and emission reductions. Focusing on this sector of the city's public buildings portfolio will ensure the city makes significant progress towards key resiliency goals.
I'm expired.
Now more than ever, the city must prioritize local.
Please continue. Please continue. It's okay. It's okay.
Thanks so much. As the city looks toward an equitable recovery for all, it must continue the practice of community-led resiliency planning to identify issues and priorities for most climate-burning New Yorkers. We believe an annual $1.8 billion investment to create greenhouse schools will move New York City on the path towards an equitable recovery. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carolina. It's always good to meet with you, speak with you. Now the Healthy Schools thing that you're, what's the name of the initiative?
Green Healthy Schools. I'm sure you've also heard Carbon-Free Healthy Schools.
Right, because now, okay, you got Climate Jobs New York, and an offshoot of them is like a school thing. Is that you?
It's not us, but we are in constant communication with them, and we have an alignment on goals.
Okay, yeah, because what we're doing, as I mentioned earlier, we had Rit, myself, and a bunch of others met with Climate Jobs New York, and they have like a part of that is the whole clean school things, but we're trying to like broaden the tent a little bit, and so I would ask Nabi to reach out to Carolina, because we want to make that a bigger tent, and we're going to engage with the chair of the committee on education and the for the schools part, and also with the Civil Service and Labor Committee. So I'll ask Nabi to reach out to Carolina so that we can, we're just trying to grow the whole green jobs thing, and part of that is like the green schools thing. So we want you in on that. So
that would be wonderful.
Yeah. So thank you for being with us today, and keep me honest on that, okay? Because we got to get that done. All right.
Don't worry, I'll be patient.
Okay. All right.
Thanks so much.
Very good, Carolina. Good seeing you. Bye bye.
And now I'm calling Richard Lipsky.
Time starts now. Good afternoon. It's been somewhat of a wait, but I think hopefully well worth it. Councilman Gennaro, it's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, Richard. My God, Richard, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for waiting. I'm sorry about the wait. We go back a long time, and it's great to see you.
Don't worry about that. I'm here because there is a conflict between two admirable goals. One of course, being climate change, which is the purpose of Local Law 97, and the other one is supermarket sustainability and food insecurity. And one of the problems, as someone who's represented supermarkets for too long, actually 40 years probably, what we're seeing though is that in buildings where supermarkets are tenants, co-op buildings, tenant buildings, condo buildings, that it is almost impossible for those buildings to be in compliance with Local Law 97 without sustaining large penalties because of the energy usage that the supermarket generates for being a supermarket, not for acting in any way that would be certainly creating more energy usage than would be necessary for that supermarket to provide fresh food to the community. And then what we're seeing in that sense is that in a neighborhood where a building co-op perhaps is hosting a supermarket, they are taking the burden, the financial burden of hosting that supermarket, while all the other residents in the community are benefiting from the existence of the supermarket, but not paying for the cost of that. So I guess what we're looking for, Council Member, and we've talked to the sustainability folks at buildings, and we're looking for a workaround.
Time expired.
And what we're looking for in this sense is—
Richard, keep going. Keep going. You've waited 4 hours. Keep going. Yeah.
So what we're looking for is a way to treat supermarkets qua supermarket, examine their energy usage separate from the building, because it's unfair, it's inequitable, and it will lead to the diminishing of supermarkets in neighborhoods that need those supermarkets to provide fresh fruit and vegetables and other healthy food for the community.
Richard, yeah, okay, I'm okay. I thought I was muted. Richard, thank you for your compelling testimony. And I mean, you've met with the people in the administration. I'd like to hear like offline how that went. And so, so I'm asking my Nabi of my staff, I think Matt is also of my staff, to reach out to Richard. And how about you and I have a meeting and talk about this?
I think we will. And then I would also say to Chair Sanchez that one of my clients is Morton Williams on Kingsbridge and Jerome. As you probably know, it's in your district, and they're very much concerned. They employ 1,500 people from the community to go to those stores in Manhattan. And we want to preserve those businesses, but do so in a way that is amicable to the goals of Local Law 97.
And also, Richard, if I could, because you represent supermarkets, I guess you deal with local 1,500, UCFW, whatever it is, and RWDSU and all that, and
Local 338. All of my clients in this case are either represented by one or both of those unions. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I certainly, I have a long history with you and with 338 and with 1,500, and we got union jobs on the line here. So, the bill is already law, but whatever we could do to give some kind of assistance, I certainly want to help to be a catalyst for that.
I appreciate that, Council Member. We look forward to talking to you.
Okay, you bet, Richard. Thanks for being here. Sorry for the wait.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Richard. Yes, my family has been shopping at Morton Williams.
Oh, you got to know Richard. Richard has been around like forever doing this. He's.
No, I have not. So I'm glad.
Oh my God, he's Richard Lipsky. My God, everybody knows. Yeah.
I look forward to talking to you more.
I'll reach out to your staff, Council Member.
Thank you, Richard.
Take care.
I'd now like to call Atalia Howe of the Community Preservation Corporation, Sunil Jessel of We Act for Environmental Justice, and Jasmine Graham, also of We Act for Environmental Justice.
Time starts now.
Hi, thank you, Chair Gennaro and Chair Sanchez and other distinguished members of the New York City Council for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Atalia Howe. I am the Assistant Vice President of Initiatives and Impact Investing at the Community Preservation Corporation. Over our 48-year history, CPC has deployed over $12 billion in private and public capital for affordable housing and community development, leading to the creation and preservation of over 22,000 units of residential housing. CPC is a recognized leader in promoting sustainability in the industry and has a deep expertise in supporting the needs of small building owners. CPC is focused on decarbonization because we recognize the urgency and necessity of reducing carbon emissions from buildings. Building electrification is a vital step in this process, and we must commit resources to make decarbonization a top priority. CPC is supportive of Local Law 97 and shares the desire to reduce the city's emissions. However, the sustainability upgrades that are required for compliance are expensive, and we remain convinced that mandates without adequate incentives are the wrong way to encourage decarbonization and building electrification. Given the high cost to retrofit existing buildings to be both energy efficient and low carbon, and the higher utility costs associated with electricity, we have seen that in some cases, it is less expensive for building owners to pay the fines than to electrify, which negates the intent of the law. The city needs to allocate resources to pair with Local Law 97 in order to ensure compliance and continued emissions reductions. To that end, CPC recommends that several financial interventions be considered. First, we recommend that the city create a specific tax incentive for covered buildings required to comply with Local Law 97. This will help create additional cash flow that otherwise would not be available for decarbonization upgrades. Secondly, the city should also consider supporting its own public pension funds in providing decarbonization enhancements when they buy first mortgages on buildings meeting Local Law 97 requirements, such as a reduced interest rate or supplemental financing. This could be paired with a similar initiative with the state. If I may just finish up.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Additionally, as others have commented on today, fines collected from non-compliance should be set aside specifically to address decarbonization in disadvantaged communities, in low and moderate income neighborhoods, and in smaller buildings that demonstrate financial need and are required to comply with Local Law 97. The city should also look to the state to provide additional utility cost incentives. Electricity is significantly more expensive than gas and serves as a disincentive to building owners evaluating the operational costs associated with electrifying. The city and state should work closely with the Public Service Commission to create a separate utility rate structure for electrified buildings to reduce the cost burden of decarbonization. Finally, while Local Law 97 is an important step in electrifying New York City's buildings, a large portion of the building stock, specifically affordable housing, is exempt and will not benefit from a transition to clean energy under this law. In particular, much of CPC's portfolio of small rental housing under 50 units are not required to electrify, and thinner margins and tighter financing prevent owners from making the investment themselves. The city must not leave these buildings behind. The J51 tax abatement, which is expiring in June, presents an opportunity for the city to include decarbonization as a covered cost, recognizing that creating healthy, sustainable, and resilient housing is part of improving and ensuring quality housing. Thank you for your time, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Your first name is Atalia, is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you very much for your very compelling testimony. And for being here on behalf of CPC. We look forward to getting your full testimony. And some of the points you made have been unique among everyone who's testified today. And I would so your testimony is going to go to the committee staff. And I just a note to the committee staff. I would like her testimony to make its way to me directly, because I want to kind of like drill down on it. And, you made some very important points. So thank you for being here, for waiting 4 hours, and for giving us the benefit of your good views. I want to thank you and all, the members of the CPC for what you do.
Thank you.
Okay.
And now we'd like to call Sonel Jessel.
Now, just let me just a little bit of housekeeping here. Now, this officially completes the. So every organization that wanted to testify has testified, and as I said, organizations that have like a second or third witness. Now that everyone is gone, this is the opportunity. So anyone who thinks that We Act is jumping the line here, they've waited. So, so now, all the organizations have gone, and, We Act has more witnesses, and we're happy to hear them, and we're grateful that they waited. And so please continue, Madam Moderator.
Again, we'd like to call Sonel Jessel of We Act, and also Jasmine Graham of We Act.
Time starts now.
Great, thank you, Samara. Good afternoon, Chair Gennaro, nice to see you. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Today, my name is Sonal Jessel. I'm the Director of Policy at We Act for Environmental Justice and a member of the New York State Climate Justice Working Group. Over the past 34 years, We Act has been combating environmental racism in Northern Manhattan, and I have a Master's of Public Health from Columbia University. We Act is focused on Local Law 97 because communities of color are impacted first and worst by climate change and induced climate extreme weather events. Using extreme heat as an example, the New York City Department of Health found that over a 10-year period, 50% of the deaths from extreme heat were Black and African-American people, even though they only make up 25% of the city's population. A study from Columbia found that the city will see around 3,000 heat deaths a year by 2080 if we do not do anything to reduce our emissions. And it's not just health, but it's jobs. The UN reported that by 2030, we'll see 80 million jobs lost due to rising temperatures. That's in 8 years. That's very soon. So We Act is here to discuss many aspects of Local Law 97, as you already heard from Lonnie Portis. But in my testimony, I'm imploring the council and the agencies to reject false solutions as part of the implementation plan. First, we reject the proposed carbon trading scheme. I thank our administration for not pursuing cap and trade. Carbon trading has never proven to reduce pollution and emissions in communities of color. The model for carbon trading for New York City found that EJ communities were still seeing, for the first 5 years, emissions, higher emissions and pollution in our communities. I also implore you in general to not forget air pollution, such as PM 2.5, NOx, SO2, and healthy housing issues such as lead, mold, pests, thermal discomfort, and decisions about how the law will be implemented. The use of RECs and offsets allow buildings to meet emissions goals without actually reducing their emissions. RECs should only apply to electricity, and they should not be used to offset on-site fossil fuel combustion. We would like to see them limited to 10% like offsets are. Fall solutions like RECs and offsets, as well as hydrogen blending, all assume that local pollution and the need to improve housing quality is not central to decarbonization efforts. All carbon and methane reductions must be done in partnership with co-pollutant reductions. That is true environmental justice. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Sonal. It's always good to hear from you and good to work with you. And we thank WEAC for sending not just one witness, but 3 witnesses. I think that is, indicative of your passion and commitment. And certainly like the points you made, reinforce some of those that have been made, but some of those points cannot be made enough. And so we thank you very much. We look forward to receiving your testimony in full, and we thank you again. And just in case Lonnie forgets, you gotta tell Peggy hi from me, okay?
And Jasmine?
Hi there. Thank you so much, chairs, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jasmine Graham. I'm the Energy Justice Policy Manager here at WEACT. I'm also appointed to the city's Climate Mobilization Advisory Board, where I'm tasked with representing environmental justice communities in the implementation of Local Law 97. Without Local Law 97, our buildings will continue to be the leading local driver of the climate crisis while poisoning the health of our children, families, and communities at large. Even more so, environmental justice communities like the folks that we represent in Harlem will continue to face the brunt of this burden and will be forced to sacrifice our health to subsidize the wealth of the real estate and fossil fuel industries. Over 1,000 New York City residents are killed each year by pollution from fossil fuel use in our buildings, and these harms are not felt equally across the city. Communities of color are exposed to 17% more air pollution, and Black communities are hit the hardest, breathing in 32% more particulate matter than their counterparts. This is the time to ensure that Local Law 97 is implemented fully, robustly, and equitably. We strongly urge the council to stand up against any attempts to weaken this mandate through penalty reductions or delays, meager enforcement, or the inclusion of false solutions. In addition, we must ensure that costs will not be passed to tenants and that a clean energy transition centers energy affordability and addresses the energy burden crisis in New York City. New York City has an energy affordability crisis. We have some of the highest utility rates in the United States, and it leads to exorbitant energy cost burdens. 32% of Black and 33% of Latino households in New York City have a high energy burden, meaning they spend more than 6% of their household income on their energy needs. And for reference, the median energy burden in New York City is 2.9%. Yet the median energy burden among low-income folks is 9.3%. In addition, 1 in 4 low-income households has an energy burden over 17%. And at the same time, there's a mounting utility debt crisis with more than 400,000 Con Edison customers with
please continue.
With over 400,000 Con Edison customers on average with over $2,000 of utility debt as of February. For these reasons, energy affordability must be central to the implementation of Local Law 97. There have been attempts to allow penalties and costs to be passed on to residential tenants. That is unacceptable. One of the most practical ways to bolster energy affordability is with energy efficiency. We need to ensure that low income and communities of color especially have energy efficient buildings that keep their costs low and their families healthy. And the council and administration should work together to engage affordable housing buildings that are currently exempt from Local Law 97 requirements and create a fund to help those buildings decarbonize. There are many ways to structure such a fund, but the core pieces are as follows. The fund should generate capital from some diversion of existing penalties or through the development of an alternative compliance mechanism, leverage state and federal funding, and subsidize the cost of decarbonization, energy efficiency, and beneficial electrification measures in affordable housing, including NYCHA. I'll be submitting a testimony in full in writing, and thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Jasmine. That's good to see you. Thank you for your good work. I'll let you go over a little bit because you waited more than 4 hours to testify. So really appreciate your patience and your and the value added you brought to this proceeding. Thank you very much.
Chair Gennaro. Thank you, Chair.
You bet.
We now have 4 individuals who, as far as we can tell, don't represent groups, but would like to testify anyway. Crystal Smith, Michael De Villara, Jeff Mazel, and Iron Iman.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Gennaro and Chair Sanchez. My name is Crystal Smith, and I'm a director at Nuveen Green Capital. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Nuveen Green Capital is one of the pre-qualified vendors for the New York City Accelerator PACE program. CPACE, as you know, is a financing tool that provides commercial building owners with affordable sources of private capital to make energy efficient and renewable energy retrofits. This program was adopted in 2019 as part of the city's Climate Mobilization Act to help property owners pursue these building upgrades and comply with Local Law 97. Only 2 pilot projects have been approved and closed by the city, and the program itself has been closed for the past year. CPACE stakeholders, including Nuveen, continue to work with the Office of Climate and Environmental Justice and NYSEG to ensure that this program is a useful tool that will lead the city towards a decreased carbon output. For this program to successfully drive Local Law 97 compliance, guidelines must be accessible, easy to understand and interpret, and have achievable standards for developers, many of whom have already invested significant sums into construction projects expected that the program would mimic NYSERDA standards. I testified today to urge the council in coordination with the Office of Climate and Environmental Justice and NYSEG to ensure that the program reopens as soon as possible. This requires the city to publish its revised closing documents so that any transactions may be executed and property owners may access CPACE capital to implement retrofit projects. We also encourage that the city adjusts the CPACE guidelines for new construction, which will now go through the city's CAPA process for the second time, to align with the timing for the city's building electrification requirements that were passed last session by City Council. Once the electrification requirements go into effect in 2027, then CPACE should reflect that requirement as well. Until that time, new buildings permitted and approved by the city prior to those deadlines should still be able to access financing for eligible costs under the NYSERDA CPACE new construction standards. I urge the committee, the council body, and the Office of Climate and Environmental Justice to work towards an immediate reopening of the CPACE program for retrofits under the current standards, and to take into consideration the recommendations we have outlined before finalizing the regulations of the program for new construction projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. What is the name of your firm?
Nuveen Green Capital. Our co-founders were some of the policy architects behind the first CPACE program in Connecticut.
Okay, and right now you're yeah. Well, first of all, please send us your full testimony, and right now you presumably with folks from the administration that are trying to move this forward, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay, how's that going?
Slowly.
Okay,
but it's going.
Yeah, well, if you thanks for bringing this toward attention from your perspective. We heard it from the administration's perspective. Now we have it from your perspective. And if you hit any roadblocks, make sure you give us a call. But certainly, we'll try to work from our end as well once you get the benefit of your full testimony, which was worth 4.5 hours to wait to deliver because it's very helpful.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Michael De La Vera.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez and Chair Gennaro. My name is Michael De Valera, and I'm the treasurer of Dory Miller Housing Co-op in Corona, Queens, New York. I'm an executive board member of the President's Council for Co-ops and Condos, and a member of Community Board 3. Dory Miller is the first integrated interracial co-op in New York City and was created through the efforts of Adam Clayton Powell Jr. in 1953 to combat the racism of the FHA guidelines for returning vets that prohibited Blacks from living in specific areas or getting loans to purchase homes in other areas. Today, this legislation before us, Local Law 97, seeks to make an impact on climate change and to lead the charge for the removal of fossil fuels from our energy needs. To this end, I am fully supportive. The issue that I have is, how do we pay for it? I'm currently in the unenviable position of refinancing our co-op mortgage and looking to replace our 43-year-old boilers that are using number 2 heating oil. My choices are stark. I can replace the outdated oil heaters with updated oil fueled boilers for $2 million. I can update to gas for $3 million, or I can go all electric with heat pumps for $10 to $15 million. We're currently paying more than $1 million in taxes on 300 units of housing, which represents more than 20% of our annual budget. With our current carrying charges, we can't support a loan to go for the heat pump scenario. The other 2 options leave us in the world of penalties and doesn't impact positively a contribution towards helping lower fossil fuel emissions. As Dory Miller lays out our purchasing strategy, one question remains: how will we meet the requirements and pay for the upgrades? We need help.
Please continue. Please continue.
Thank you. We are in essence a naturally occurring retirement community. And contrary to merry notions of who are co-op homeowners, this is not some high-priced Park Avenue co-op. This might surprise a lot of people, but co-ops like Dory Miller are affordable housing and represent the first rung of the financial building block for many families. Co-ops want just as much to be a part of combating climate change. We want to implement new technology to help clean the air. We just need financial assistance, and we're looking to see how your endeavors will work together with us in order to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, thank you for your very compelling testimony. And who's your local council member? Would it be Francisco?
Francisco Moya. I saw him waving earlier today.
Yeah, I think you know, Nabi, just my staff member, similar to what we did with, you know what? Why don't we do this? I'm talking to Nabi, and why don't we? Because we're meeting with Bob Friedrich, we're meeting with Warren, we want to meet with Michael. I'm just wondering, Nabi, if we just do this all together, we get the relevant council members. So it'd be Linda Lee, it'd be Vicky, it'd be Francisco. We got to figure out how to peel the onion on this, and get everything from their perspective. And then we can take a run at the administration. And happy to engage with Chair Sanchez as well, or whatever. If you want to send a staff member or something, Chair, I don't know, because these people are pretty jammed up, and I feel like we have to go offline, have a meeting, and figure out a way to help them out, so that's what I want to do. So we will be in touch when we put this meeting together. Either we'll do it with just you and Francisco, or we'll, do a thing with, all 3 council members that represent the various co-ops, and then we'll have a discussion like that. But I mean, what you say is very compelling. We got to figure out a way out of this, and so we're not going away. And I'm not as expert as you are, having living through this, so we want to get our facts straight, and then we can figure out what's in the realm of the possible, because this is a lot.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you bet, Michael. Thank you for what you do on behalf of your co-op, and for waiting so long to give us the benefit of
not a problem.
Money. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And I'll also add, you know, your situation is not unique. I live in a co-op myself. That's pretty big. So one of the things we asked the administration for earlier was just a profile, just so that we can have a sense of, you know, how many co-ops we're talking about, because we know that a lot of these are affordable housing units for middle income families. So I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
And now I'd like to call Jeff Mazo.
Time starts now. Okay. Well, good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Mazel, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this extremely important issue. Having followed Bob Friedrich and Warren Schreiber and Mike D. Valera, we are all members of the President's Co-op and Condo Council. I'm the legal advisor. So I'll try not to be too redundant, but Chairperson Gennaro, as you said, you're not that familiar with the co-op world. Well, I am, and I represent over 20,000 units of housing. I'm not that familiar with the energy world, so we would love to meet with you and see if there's a solution in here somewhere. I will tell you, most of my clients are Jewel Avenue, not Park Avenue, and this is the one issue that is keeping them up at night. There are so many unknowns with respect to compliance with Local Law 97 that we need guidance and we need help in order to clear the way. As you've heard before, the President's Co-op and Condo Council is green friendly. We were one of the few organizations that submitted testimony in support of the Champlain Tier 4 Hudson Power Express project before the Public Service Commission. I personally have negotiated two of the largest solar projects in co-ops in the city of New York, one of them being a project very close to you, the Georgetown Muse Solar Project.
Oh yeah, sure.
50 units. I'm told it's the equivalent of 22,000 trees being planted. And I strongly encourage all council members to go there and see what they accomplished. And this was accomplished with a partnership between government and the co-ops, including strong tax incentives, including grants and some of the co-op's own money. So there are solutions here. And, you know, I know there's no appetite to rewrite the law, but things we're looking for are the removal, delay, or reduction of penalties for co-ops. And I know we discussed that at length. Tax credits for Local Law 97, as Warren discussed. I'm almost done.
Please continue, Jeff. Please continue.
Okay, and this is something we negotiated with Costa when he was in the city council, and we met with him many times, is he was going to carve out garden apartment complexes because their campuses have vast green space. They're not even allowed to build more than they have already. And again, if you go to a Georgetown or a Glen Oaks or a Bay Terrace, you'll see vast green spaces that don't get calculated in the carbon emission study. So if they basically put all the buildings on one tax lot back to back, it would be the same rating if they're spread out over acres and acres. So we feel those, you know, that has to be calculated, and we feel that was missed in the original statute. And one other issue that I'm not clear on, you know, solar energy is, I saw a recent Con Ed figure, it's less than 0.03% of renewable energy in New York City. As I said, I've negotiated the Georgetown Muse project and the Celtic Park and Woodside project. I encourage you guys to see that too. Large communities, and there are, but we don't know if the co-ops are going to get carbon reduction credits for these solar projects. And we feel that if a co-op or any building puts in a solar project, that they should get credits for that, because you can't spend the same dollar twice. And that's an extremely efficient dollar spent for all parties, because it does generate a revenue stream for either the co-op or if they lease their roofs. So anyway, the community needs the co-op community. We need a partner in government. I look forward, and I'd love to hearing about all the meetings that we'll be setting up, Councilmember Gennaro and Sanchez, and we look forward to a cleaner planet for everybody.
Thank you, Jeff. Well, you know, being that you know everybody, and you know Bob, you know Warren, Michael, or whatever, and I remember there used to be there was this fellow, Greg Carlson. He was big in.
Yeah, that
coffee.
was me. I was with Greg. We met for local law 84 right before.
Okay.
We were young then.
Yeah. Is he still doing that? Is he still?
This group has become extremely active.
Right. Okay.
On many issues, and we work very hard. And
Yeah.
this is a signature issue for our organization.
Yeah.
And our members.
Yeah. So now the co-ops that we talked about, Glen Oaks, Corona, and Warren, Bay Terrace. So they're your clients. They're members of your organization.
Yes, we are a package, and we have many other large co-ops. Many of them are garden apartment communities. We could put together a very productive meeting with a large
we should.
of representation.
I think that you and I should talk just to figure out how we go forward. Happy to engage with Chair Sanchez on that. And so
I know Asher Slotnick, Linda Lee's chief of staff, has already contacted your staff. So yeah, let's set a meeting and let's see what we can do.
Chair Sanchez, I don't want to step on toes or presume to get too much into the housing and buildings world without your guidance and support. So we'll be
We welcome everybody.
Yeah, we'll be reaching out. And so Jeff, we're gonna from my vision, we're gonna make you the hub of the wheel, and then we'll figure out, because it's just Bob was here and Warren was here and Michael was here, but there are other people too. I mean, the same issue.
We have a large following. We have over we have over 100 members. We represent over 100,000 residents in New York City, mostly in Queens, some in Brooklyn.
Mostly in Queens.
Yeah, it's mostly working and middle class co-ops. That again, people, we feel we embody the original spirit of co-ops.
We're not, when it's affordable housing, it's entry level housing, it's aging housing, and it's something that again, my clients are always complying with local law requirements and under mandates. We want to comply with this, but nobody knows what to do. The numbers we're seeing are shocking. And it looks like there's something that you tried to hash out with Costa, and you didn't quite get you a look.
We did, but he never. I mean, it's a lot. We could talk offline.
Okay. All right. Okay, Jeff, this has been very productive, and I appreciate it. And call me Jim, please, and we'll get together and muscle through this. Thank you for staying on so long.
Thank you.
You bet.
Our final witness today is Iram Amin.
Time starts now.
Hello, everybody. My name is Iram Amin, and I live in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. Thank you for organizing this public hearing. I feel empowered today to be able to voice my opinion on this very important cutting-edge law. I've been an environmental enthusiast since 2013, and when I first heard the word sustainability. I have a bachelor's degree in environmental studies and sociology from St. Lawrence University. So my educational background and personal experiences compel me in wanting to see environmental laws being implemented and enforced. And Local Law 97 is one of them. The fact that large buildings contribute to 70% of the city's greenhouse gas emissions is a huge eye-opener for me. We must set this record right. There needs to be adequate funding in the 2023 New York City budget for increased staff at DOB's Office of Building Energy and Emissions Performance, because a few staff members won't be enough to make the necessary energy efficiency upgrades. The first compliance deadline for building owners is coming up in 2024, which leaves the city less than two years to ensure that the numerous technical details required for the implementation of this law are worked out. And lastly, This bill is even more crucial for environmental justice communities who are disproportionately impacted by climate change, whether it is the urban heat island effect or frequent and extreme natural disasters. I'm speaking on behalf of these communities as it is a matter of life and death for so many living people in these communities. And Local Law 97 will ensure immediate health benefits for those people. Therefore, I want to see full implementation and enforcement of Local Law 97, meaning that the penalties on the developers are fair, they should not be weakened, and they must be enforced. This is better and sustainable for everyone involved. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much for your patience in waiting, oh my God, 5 hours to testify, Iram, and certainly appreciate the benefit of your views and your passion on this issue. We urge you to send your testimony, to the council, and to keep in touch with the activities of both this committee and the Committee on Housing and Buildings, because you're, deeply invested in the future. That's apparent by your compelling testimony, and we really appreciate your presence here today.
Thank you, Chair Gennaro.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to, I want to thank all the staff that worked so hard on today's hearing, all the members that gave such good testimony. But before I, close it out, I certainly want to, throw it over to my amazing co-chair, Chair Sanchez, for any comments that she wants to make at the end of this long hearing. So I really appreciated doing this with you and your intense engagement on this issue and openness to all sides. It's been a real pleasure. So I call upon you for any closing remarks you wish to offer.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Chair Gennaro. It's been really a pleasure to be able to talk about this critical topic. It's a dense one. Local Law 97, like I said, was one of the longest bills I worked on when I was in the administration. But it's really helpful to hear everyone's perspective and to have your partnership in co-chairing this. So thank you for inviting the Housing and Buildings Committee. Thank you for your stellar chairmanship of this meeting. And look forward to working with you and everyone, who we said we'd follow up with in the coming weeks.
Thank you so much, Chair Sanchez. Again, as I said before, it's been a pleasure, and we'll partner as we go forward with the people whom we had engagement with today. And I do very much look forward to that. So thank you so much. And with that said, with no one else wishing to be heard, I thank Samara, our moderator, the entire team, all the central staff, Ricky, my staff, Matt, Nabi, and everyone. So with that said, this hearing is, got the gavel right here, is hereby adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.